Ever. A German audience that loves this game and is looking forward, I'm sure, to a hard-fought final, as are the three men with me: Ronnie O'Sullivan, Jimmy White and Neil Foulds. Ronnie, two players that perhaps few would have picked before this tournament started, but very able.
Yeah, no, I'm brilliant. I'm so happy that we've got two attacking players in the final, so I know it's going to be a fantastic match for everybody to watch, crowd, TV, so they might not be the highest ranked players, but they play the game in the way that I like to watch it, which is fast, furious, get amongst the balls, and it's exciting.
Yeah, fast table, two, as Ronnie says, fast players, Jimmy. This could be sharp.
Yeah, it could be. You know, both not played to their best in the semi-final,
No.
maybe a bit of nerves, but now they're here. Both want to win their first major tournament. First four frames, you know, who settles down, we will feel the more comfortable, but I think it's going to be a great match, and I can't pick a winner.
Martin, clearly the more experienced, albeit looking for his first ranking tournament win, but I presume, since we're in Germany, the continental European player in Luca BRECEL will perhaps garner more support.
How can you not enjoy the way he plays, the way he smiles, the way he seems to conduct himself out there? You've got to love him. This could be the biggest day of his snooker career, but it is the same for both of these guys. There's other implications, not only to get off the mark in ranking tournaments, a place in the Champion of Champions, a chance to guarantee a place at the Crucible. They are side issues because lifting the trophy is the most important thing, but there are lots of other things which these two guys can gain from winning today.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a life changer for the winner here this afternoon. One of them will do that. Let's hear from the finalist. First up, the man who's been knocking on the door for a while, very, very good player, Martin Gould. He spoke to our own Neil Foulds.
So Martin, here we are, another final, third ranking final. Played in all different parts of the world.
Yep.
This one, pretty special venue, and of course you go back to 2011, the first time you reached a ranking final, the grand final of the PTC, short match, but that was your first taste of the glory, really.
Yeah, it was disappointing. I played some good shots, but there were so many bad ones that followed straight after, so I got beat by the better man on the day, so I can't really complain, but it was nice experience, though.
Well, we shouldn't assume that, you know, it's all about near things, because you have won things. I mean, I remember you beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in power snooker, you've won the shootout, and you've won the Championship League. Yeah. So, you know, you've been a winner. Yeah,
I've also won a PTC as well, which was good. The power snooker, I don't think many people gave me much of a chance, because obviously it was made for Ronnie, but I don't think they kind of realised that I had a bit of a background in playing pool as well, and the atmosphere and how the game was, it kind of actually suited me quite a lot, so I kind of enjoyed that experience there. And then with the shootout, a similar kind of thing. I just went with the flow. The crowd that weekend was just unbelievable, singing non-stop. Whenever you win tournaments, it's always a good experience, so it's just a matter of getting the monkey off your back and winning the first major one, and then hopefully springboard.
So tell us what you think about your opponent, Luca BRECEL. He's certainly an up-and-coming player. Yeah,
I've played Luca a few times. I've always had the better of him. I think our games are pretty similar, very attacking, but I've learned to play a few swear words, as I call it, safety shots. I'm not quite sure if Luca's caught on much with the safety department as some players have done at his age, but he's definitely a very good prospect, and it's a good future for the game when you've got the likes of Luca coming through.
Martin, there isn't a player more in the game right now that deserves a first ranking event. Good luck in the final.
Cheers, thank you.
Quite unassuming fella away from the table, but certainly knows his way around the bays. And when you look at his route to the final, with respect to the others, perhaps, Ronnie, the win over Judd Trump, that last frame win, is the standout?
Yeah, definitely. Any result against someone like Judd Trump is great, but, you know, anyone that he's beaten here has been fantastic. But I must say, I love Martin Gould. I love watching him play. I was saying to Jimmy at the UK Championship, I said there's probably 3 or 4 players that I enjoy watching, and Martin Gould's one of them, so I'm happy he's in the final, and I also love to watch Luca play, so yeah. I'm in for a great day.
No, it does promise much, and we're learning a little bit about both these players as we go, because until you've got over the line, part of the story is getting over the line, Jimmy.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't win my first ranking tournament for 3 years on the circuit, and there was an awful lot of tournaments I played in. I got to a few finals and I eventually won one. And once you've won a ranking tournament, you tend to relax, more confident, and your all-round game seems to get better. And Martin has won a couple of tournaments, but he's not won a ranking one. So they're both under pressure for that big title today.
Yeah. Are we doing him a slight injustice, Neil, in suggesting that he's not yet a winner? He has been a winner. You made that point in an interview, albeit not of a ranking tournament yet.
No, I think the Championship League's quite difficult to win. He won the shootout, which is not a lottery, but it's a very entertaining form of the game. What he is a very shrewd cookie to win those events. You can't just turn up and win them. You've got to have a snooker brain. He's got one of those. He's a very good ball striker as well. I mean, it's something you don't consider, that he's got a really good, tight comeback cue action. I think Ronnie was speaking about that the other day. You know, there's not much that can go wrong. He's got a short backswing. He punches it through, and when it's all working for him, we've seen what he's capable of.
Yeah, he's... what is it about his game, Ron, that catches the eye?
Well, if I could have his cue action, I'd probably won 12 world titles. I mean, it's that good, it's that simple. I really rate it. You know, he gets through the ball so well, he's very compact. He just needs to win a title. Once he wins a title, you know, he could win many more.
What are you smiling at, Jimmy?
Nothing, just, you know, he's got the best cue action never been.
Yeah.
So,
I
don't have a row with him on telly.
Have it for a week and you'll give up.
No, he has. He's got a nice, solid, compact. If anything, Luca's cue action is very long, and Ronnie thinks sometimes he should go shorter when he's in the ball, so he doesn't have to have that long back pause and go through the ball. You know, that make him a bit more compact. But he's getting better and better each tournament, so perhaps he'll try that one day. But at the moment, it's working as it is.
Yeah, no, and he's still only 20. Obviously, been talked about and touted for some years already, albeit still a young man. Let's find out a little bit more about the Belgian Bullet. Boy can play, that's for sure, and he's made his way to the final via those wins. Zhao Xintong on that early morning, a 5-2 win on the main table. Then Kurt Mafflin, Mark Joyce, that was nip and tuck. And Kyron Wilson just couldn't get it going last night, and thus Luca will be with us very shortly. Something about Belgium at the moment, Folsey, footballers, cyclists, they've got sports people coming out their ears at the moment for a fairly small country, and Luca's definitely in that bracket.
He certainly is. He's not been a top 16 player to get here. That's one thing to say. I'm not saying that makes any difference, because a few of them got knocked out before we even came to Berlin in the qualifiers, but he hasn't beaten anyone like that, although the guys he has beaten have been very good this week. Look, he's been a good player for a long time. There were things on YouTube about 5 or 6 years ago of him making a century break with his left hand as a 12, 13-year-old, something like that, and he's unbelievable. And, you know, he's extremely talented. Now it's time to put all that talent to actually lifting a ranking title, and that's what he's got to do, and that's going to be the hard thing. But once he wins one, he's not just going to leave it at that. Once he gets off the mark, whether it be this evening or not, he's going to win a few of these. And I think, you know, he said that his favourite player is Ronnie, but I think Ronnie likes Luca quite a lot as well, actually.
Yeah. Well, I just wonder, obviously both you two, Jimmy and Ronnie, Jim, you've both had the kind of child prodigy label. And I wonder, he said last night, didn't he, when he spoke to us after the win, that hasn't weighed heavily on me, but it must do at times feel like a pressure, that.
Yeah, but looking at it, you know, you just look so happy to be playing snooker. You know, when you first start playing the sport, it's only for fun.
Yeah.
You know, and then eventually, if you become good at it, it becomes what you do for a living, which sometimes can interfere with your, you know, your enjoyment side. He seems to be, you know, loving playing snooker, loving being at the events, and, you know, I think if he doesn't win today, I don't think it'd do him too much damage. I think he'd win one very soon.
Start important?
I don't know. I think he's
longer format today.
I think he's experienced enough. You look at the players that he's beaten there. They might not have been top 16 players, but they're all hard and solid professionals. And I'm a little bit different on Neil now. I think it doesn't matter so much that they're not top 16 players, because the strength is so good in depth that any player gets to the quarters or the semis, they're playing very high standard. And Luca is, you know, we have to remember he's only 20 years of age.
Yeah.
If he wins this today, he'll be one of the youngest in history to ever win a ranking event. So, you know, he's an unbelievable talent, and he can only get better, a lot better.
No pressure, Luca. Live snooker not far away now. The Belgian Bullet and the Potter from Pinner will be with us here in Berlin very shortly.
What an occasion for these two players. There are about to be a few butterflies in the stomach ahead of this one. Another crammed Templedrum crowd. High on expectation. Can these two deliver something special? Both fast attacking players.
Martin, enjoy your final.
We prefer a pot to a safety shot.
Please.
There should be some spectacle as they pose by that magnificent crystal bowl. The prize for the winner alongside the small matter of a cheque for €85,000. The first to 9 frames will lift that trophy this evening.
Cheers.
Any sense, Mike Hallard, of who it might be?
But good question.
Thank you.
Luca has definitely got to play better today than he did last evening. He was a little bit nervous last evening, of course, with Kyron as well.
Thank
Neither
you.
of them really
It's the first
settled.
frame.
You've got to edge towards Martin Gould, just because on the form that he's shown getting here to the final. But today is a different day, and it's over 17 frames. If these two bring their A games, this could be a cracker, because they both like to attack. They'll be going for everything. A lot at stake here as well, as we know, Phil, as regards to the prize monies and the rankings and that. I've done the calculations. If Martin wins today, he goes into the top 16 at number 14. If Luca wins, I think he goes, I think it's number 19, could be 20, but I think he's up to 19. But massive day for both of them.
Luca BRECEL's first ever ranking final, of course. Martin Gould's third. His second having come not so long ago this season, the Australian Open. He came so close, pipped to the post by John Higgins. 9-8 down under.
Yep, and that's the reason why you've got to probably put him slight favourite. Great atmosphere here in the Tempodrome. Wonderful reception for these two boys. Big occasion as well for Mikey Kessler, our referee.
Yeah, she got an even bigger reception than the players, I think.
I think so. Brilliant. Great return. There she is. Just into the side of the pack then. Doesn't want to slide off the pack here though, there's a red waiting. It's got to be a good angle. Ooh, that seemed to have squared off a little bit off that cushion.
Foul. Miss. Luca BRECEL, 6.
Well, the miss was being called, but Luca won't take it, of course.
Eight frames in this first session this afternoon, a possible 9 this evening. The first 2-9 to lift the trophy.
Six. Seven.
So that escape from that snooker then from Martin is, or mistake I should say, from that
14.
attempted escape has given this early chance here for Luca. I think as well, Phil, just looking at the two players, I think it's probably more important for Luca to get early chances and settle rather than Martin. We know that Martin's got a little bit more experience at this level in these sort of situations, so important for this young man to settle early. He'll be best pleased with that one then. He's caught the wrong red.
22. It's touching ball.
Yes, the sense is that Gould's game is a little bit more polished at the moment. BRECEL still feeling his way as a professional. He's still only 20, remember, 14 years his opponent's junior. But he does have talent to burn. And we've seen glimpses of that this week.
And the more he can get himself into these sort of situations in finals and that, the more he's going to learn, of course. And he will get better. This looks pretty good as well.
Luca BRECEL, 22.
Martin was here a few minutes ago. Led to that opening, but only 28.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed to have made only 28, but another good safety.
Actually, I'm wrong there. I think it could have been. What was the break? It was 20. Was it 24? Because it was a foul 4, wasn't it? Slightly quicker than the first frame last evening. 45 minutes, that one. I think we remember it well, Phil, don't we? It was good at the end, actually. The last 5 minutes was really good. Might have left one here to the middle.
BRECEL back in then. Just 2 meetings between this pair before, but both over the shorter best-of-7 frame format in the European Tour, both of which Gould won. This is a rather different situation. Biggest match of their lives.
7. Eight. $15. 16. 23.
We were just talking about the points earlier on. Of course, it was a break of 22 from Luca and 6 points.
24.
Just shaved the pink on the way through, but it doesn't really matter. He's in here with another chance, looking to capture the opening frame. Still with a loose red here to the corner. Ooh, a little bit of a kick.
$31.
If he's fairly straight on this red, no problem. Just through for the black, then into the pack. Just have to run off them
32.
slightly, and he's got a perfect angle here. Well, the frame could be about this next shot coming up. If he can really get some backspin into this cue ball and drive through these reds, it should be 1-0 to him. He's got them. He's got one to the left middle. Caught them very well. Excellent.
39.
Just the start that he was looking for.
40.
75 left, so this pink and 1 more red should do the job.
Well, you must be thinking, I can't play as bad as I did last evening against Kyron, you know, because Kyron didn't play that well, to be honest. We're both a bit edgy, but he's thinking, well, you know, today I'm going to go out there and perform.
47.
The crowd alive to the fact that that's the winning post in this frame for the Belgian. And he's played a couple of excellent safety shots in this frame, which have been the difference. And although both of these players favour an attacking
54.
game over a tactical one, because of that, whoever plays the better safety today will probably be the player to come through.
Yep, just coming up to 9 minutes of this opening frame.
Looks relaxed, doesn't he?
Yeah.
60.
Which is a good sign.
61.
He knows he's going to have to take this game to Martin today.
$68. Luca BRECEL,
The break ends on 68, but it was a very well taken one. Very nicely constructed after a couple of excellent safety shots that had Martin Gould in trouble. And Luca BRECEL has made the ideal start. The slide underdog is on the board with that run of 68. He leads by a frame to nil. Final.
Well, he fooled us all there, didn't he, Phil? He's taken a little that long to come from the chair to the table, thinking about what's going on. He thought, I'll just have a little bit of a knockabout. He fooled us all. So, but anyway, it doesn't matter. The result was the same.
And a great start for BRECEL there. He'll be delighted. That will have settled his first final nerves. He knows he's queuing well. And he's already made as big a break today in this final as he did in the semi-final last night. That very scrappy affair with an out-of-sorts Kyron Wilson. So he'll be very pleased. Martin Gould, though, will certainly not be panicking. Long way to go. He's got greater experience, of course, of the big occasion. He's been around for a lot longer, and he's been to finals. As Neil Foulds pointed out before this match began, yes, he's yet to win a ranking title, but he has won a European Tour event, and he's had success in the Championship League, the Shootout, and the Power Snooker. So he is a winner. Yeah. He knows how to win.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is a bigger occasion for him, and, of course, for Luca. Just remind everybody at home that we have 8 frames this afternoon and then a possible 9 this evening.
Thank you. It's the second frame. Luca BRECEL to break.
Well, we can assure you that this is the second frame now. He's left a pot on. There's an angle to stun over for the black as well. Could have done with that white tied to the cushion. Martin might be going for this one. Very close. Well, as close as you can get without going in, really. Oh. Right, Kieran could do with a little flick on the blue. Oh, unlucky. That would have been easier for the blue into the corner. Might play a safety now. Good queuing from there, though. He started really well here, Luca.
Green ball.
Very sharp.
Well, losing ours, but BRECEL didn't attempt to pot that very.
No. Trying to get the snooker in behind the yellow. Had a couple of miscues yesterday, actually. I saw him in the tournament office players' lounge area, and his friend was doing a little some work on the tip.
Good return from Gould.
Yes, it was nearly very good. A good opening frame and a nice sign of things to come. At this table, he's pacey. There's a half chance for him here on the right-hand side. But he knows that he might be catching the other red on the way back. Just concentrate on the pot and let the rest happen. That's unlucky. Really unlucky. could have finished anyway. Hence the little wry smile.
He's in a spot of bother now.
I think just about get through to the green. Well, enough to hit it and just leave the white down that end of the table. Might have to play a little swerve.
Green.
Yes,
Green
he
ball.
is doing. The problem is here, with having to swerve around the other red, he's slightly pushing it into the red on the left-hand side. He's got to put enough side spin on this to get around one red, but not too much to hit the other. Oh, he's done well. Well played. Having said that, he's cut the green thin and the cue ball's come back round the table.
It was always going to be the problem, wasn't it? Leaving BRECEL with a red to go at.
Of course, going down the table, Phil, we know it's opposite side, isn't it, against the nap, so it's moved slightly to the left, which it normally does. Chance here, though. Oh, hello. He's looking good already.
Cueing very sweetly in the early running.
Seven.
This looks great pace here for this red near the black. Just slightly overdone. No problem. Found the gap for the blue. Hang on there.
Foul. Luca BRECEL, 13. Martin Gould, 4.
A little bit unlucky. And a relief for Martin Gould, because Luca BRECEL, had he got position on a colour there, the way he's been potting so far, would have fancied his chances to double his lead.
Well, he was very much looking at the red there, Phil, wasn't it, for Luca, and then all of a sudden realised that the cue was going towards that middle pocket. But there was no real damage done. Oh, that's a lovely shot, because he's played that with a touch of check side as well. And he's played it to perfection. I think he's got Martin snookered on all of the reds here. Two cushions into the back of the pack, perhaps just this side of the left middle pocket with the cue ball. Has to be careful, though. He could leave one if he doesn't get it right. Touching ball there. Possible plant? Nope. Had to catch the first red really on the thin side just to push it in to line. I thought he might play safe there, but chose to attack.
Could have been worse.
Well, I think the percentages was slightly against Martin there, but lucky not to leave this red on the black spot, and well, easier than it is. Could still play it, but take the cue ball down the table. Still got the problem, the one there in the middle, of course, but all the way down towards the bulk cushion, he could lay a snooker. Oh, he's got a good cue ball. It's definitely the way to play. Well, he won't be best pleased with that because he's overhit that one and left one on the left-hand side as well. He's tried to push the red more into the middle of the cushion and the white to the side cushion. And Luca could sort of just cut this red in and he'd hopefully get a cannon and stay on the black here. Oh, that's unlucky. He's got a shot on the blue. To the corner then, hole for the red. Brilliant, bang in the middle. Yes, we could say, Phil, the less experienced player has had the better start.
6.
BRECEL has settled quickly. He looks confident. He's cueing smoothly. Oh, well. Talk about curse of the commentator. That was careless.
Luca BRECEL 6.
He just seemed to put a quick one in there. And that's annoying because he's got himself in good position. Now, what can Martin do with this? Hopefully for him, plenty. He's underhit that by a long way. He didn't really drive the cue through the ball then.
6.
Hoping to hold the cue ball for the red into the centre. He could still take this onto the corner, but that was poor, really. He couldn't hold. He should have come off the back cushion, I should say. Might still be going for this, though. Oh. Well, that was a little bit of annoyance in the last shot, but what a pot that is.
Terrific recovery. That should settle him down. He's been a little bit tentative in the early stages, Gould, but that was a brilliant way to retrieve the situation. There is a bit of extra pressure on Gould, I think. It's fair to say he would be considered the favourite, given his extra experience and perhaps a bit more match play nous than BRECEL at this stage of their respective careers.
And I'm sure that he's aware, Phil, we're talking about the rankings, that he knows that if he does win today, he goes into the top 16. Let's have a look at this one again, worth the replay. But the thing is, there's a lot to play for between now and the World Championship, isn't there? There's a lot of big pots available and stuff like that. But I'll tell you what, this could be the springboard for the rest of the season, really, going into Sheffield. It's, just over £60,000 sterling for the winner. 80,000 euros, I think that equates to about 63,000, 63,000. That's a lot of money going into the ranking list. And the rest of the season to come. So it's a big match for both players, as we've said, but obviously more so for this guy to get himself into the top 16.
21.
Could do with this frame on the board.
Six. $27.
Short of pace there, but he can get the white bit between the brown and the pink. Now, I say that, but that's a poor shot, really. And he's snookered himself on the intended red.
32. Martin Gould, 32.
Well, I hope he's covered that red, because otherwise he might find himself in trouble after this one.
£17 points between them then, 59 on the table.
He's caught that miles too thin. The white's coming back up the table.
Well, he's not settled yet, Martin Gould. Some terrific wins for him this week. He's beaten some top draw players, Mark Williams by the odd frame. Ben Wollaston he whitewashed. And then, of course, Judd Trump. What a pot that is from BRECEL. And then a pretty comfortable win over an out-of-form Graham Dott in the semi-finals. Oh, look at that. Hasn't missed from distance yet. I think it's fair to say Gould has had the tougher route of the pair to get to this final. But his opponent is potting like a demon at the moment.
6.
He was trying to be positive there, move that red off the cushion. He has done. Could have got into a better position, but it's not too bad. You can definitely get the cue ball over to that left-hand side. Anywhere near the middle pocket would be okay. It would be a good clearance from here. Well, that was about the best he could do, really, but this is no gimmick.
14.
To stay high on the black for the final red. Nope. And he's brought the other one into play as well. Now then, Martin.
BRECEL 14.
He's thrown you a little bit of a lifeline here.
Just seemed to rush that a little. It was a tough pot. Perhaps needed to compose himself a little bit more. Gould hasn't got the pace of the table yet.
No, he had just a touch of sign on the white there, and it's flown off the side cushion. But he's okay. He's got the blue to the corner, and he can get onto this final red. This is all about the green, really. Yes, he's got there.
Six.
Normally we'd be playing those off two cushions, but you could see that on the blue there he was fairly straight. I was just about to say he'll be delighted if he can get this second frame on the board and just probably settle him down a bit, but he's missed that one.
Well, as you've already mentioned, Mike, it's about the green, really, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, as we watch the replay, I mean, he knows he should be knocking those in, but half ball on the yellow, stunning behind the green side cushion. Well, he's gone to move the green. I don't understand that shot. But he's been, well, I just don't know, why has he played that? Why on earth has he played that? All he has to do is get on the blue, half ball on the yellow, get in behind the green. Didn't need to play that at that stage because the brown is down there waiting.
It was ambitious, certainly.
Make sure of the frame. Go 2-0 up. Apply the pressure.
So this frame still up for grabs. Gould snookered. Just 8 points between them.
Looks like he's got the snooker. Fairly easy to hit there off this top cushion. But as always, you have to get them safe. Needs to keep going. Well, it's not bad because obviously where the green is, there's no way Martin would take it this one. He'll probably just play the yellow up and down. He could get the snooker. Played it well. Well, Luca here just put himself under unnecessary pressure. He could have been in control of this frame. Well, if that keeps going, I think it's a snooker. Oh, what a bonus that is.
So Luca BRECEL, in escaping from a snooker, flukes a snooker.
Well, that could have been worse. Okay, you can pop the yellow, but can you get onto the green? The black's in the way. Well, he's not holding back, that is for sure.
Succeeded with the second part of the shot, but missed the pot by a couple of postcodes in the process.
And Martin can drop this in, and he'll be on the yellow, sorry, on the green, I should say. Yeah. Oh, yeah, dead weight. I think he should be okay for the green. Well, perhaps he might just go a fraction too far and not leave the potting angle on. He doesn't have to play the pot. Just put the white to the top cushion. But I think he's going for it. It's wide. And if Luca can get onto this green, it could be frame over. This is all about pace, and it's too pacey.
So much oohing and ahhing at the moment. The poor old crowd are going to have sore throats by the end of this. On we go then. 6 points between them in Gould's favour.
Luca BRECEL 2.
27 minutes and counting in this second frame.
And in the present mood with Luca, don't be surprised if he goes for this one and stuns over for the brown, because he's been going for most of them. Yeah, he's had a look at the potting angle. I think he's going to have a go at this. If he can hold for the brown, it's frame over. Well, the percentage is a little bit better for Luca, of course, though. Possible cross double here, actually. Back for the brown. Too thick. If he misses the brown, it's good. It's still not bad. Yes, he's played one. Terrific. And that's not too clever. He was hoping to push the green past the middle pocket, and he might have just thrown this frame away, because I think Luca's got a slight angle on this green to get back for the brown. And you can see the disappointment there from Martin Gould. He can get some action on the white here. Still needs brown, blue and pink though for 2-0.
Seven.
Just over 30 minutes.
Concentrating on position on the pink, he took his eye off the blue.
I wonder if we can get a replay of that, Phil. I've just wondered whether he's got a heavy contact there. Let's have a look at this. Well, it's bounced a little bit. It has bounced. Oh, what a turning point this could be. Hopefully we might get another look at that after Martin's played this blue. But I think that blue has definitely bounced. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think there was enough there just to throw it offline. Well, at the moment, Martin is not at the races.
And that's why this frame is so significant. It may be early in the final, but if Martin Gould could somehow level at 1-1, he will be mightily delighted, because he's really struggled so far.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, Phil, that wasn't an easy pot from there, was it? I mean, if you're in full flight, you expect him to get it, but he hasn't had the table time. But this is not clever. Unless it goes in. No, it's not going in. It will be going in now, though. Well, of course, where the points are, Martin only needs the blue and the pink. It's a question of, can he get himself onto this pink?
Well, he was trying to lay a snooker there, wasn't he, behind the pink? Got it all wrong.
Now, will he play this on the thin side? Or will he? He's just said, I might get this one. If he goes around the table here, he's got to be careful of the left-hand middle with the cue ball. He wants to get close to the pink. Oh.
5.
Well, I can't see him going for this one. It's got to be the white to the top cushion. That cue ball was always going to be close to the centre. And he could try and drop this in dead weight to the centre pocket, but will he?
Perfect cueing required if he takes that on. I don't think he is.
I think he's going to the corner. That could be back over the corner pocket. Well, the only insurance here for Martin would be if it was dead straight, and it's not. Well, it's a great effort, but Luca with this one is going to play that well. From that angle, he can't get himself onto the black unless he plays it absolutely dead weight, 12 feet away.
Well, it's all happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the crowd can take another 15 frames of this.
Well, I think what he's got to do here, Luca, is obviously just make sure the pot... He'll play this with a bit of topspin, and he might be able to leave the white in the middle of the table somewhere. Yeah, so he was trying to kill the white there. He didn't get the topspin. You can see the idea, leave himself any sort of shot on the black. He still has a pot on the black. It's a thin cut. Didn't kill the white. I think he'll have a go at this. I really do. Nope.
Luca BRECEL 6.
So it's down to the black. The difference between a 2-0 lead for BRECEL or one apiece.
And if Martin can knock this in, well, he'll feel like he's leading 2-0. But he has to be careful because the white will be flying around the table.
Too thick. It's not too bad a result.
Well, if he overhits this, he could find the white going towards that yellow pocket. Well, this is definitely an easier one. But at this stage, anything can happen. And probably will.
Yeah, not as easy as it appears on your screen, for sure.
Oh, well, does he stun this or drop it in dead weight? I think he's got to play this with a little bit of pace and just deliver the cue properly.
What a result for Martin Gould. He will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. He has struggled to get going at all so far today, and Luca BRECEL should really be 2-0 up. He's played most of the snooker, but he's not been clinical enough. He's had chances to have a nice cushion at the start of the final. As it is, it's 1 frame apiece, and all to play for, with 6 more frames in this first session. Our German Masters final, just 2 frames all, but already high drama here. And that man will be rueing his failure to take a 2-0 lead. He had hatfuls of chances. They both missed all sorts in that second frame. BRECEL, by and large, has looked quite comfortable out there in his first ranking final. That was one attempt at the final black. That was a very good pot from Martin Gould, who has by and large struggled, particularly with his positional play. He's looked edgy and nervous, more so than that man. And it'll be Gould who'll be much the happier to have shared the first couple of frames. An awfully long way to go, but he's missed a bit of a trick there, Mike.
Yeah, I think he has, actually. Now, I mean, things, as you say, a match can turn on balls like that, and you could see the relief on Martin's face there when that black went in. And Luca had so many chances to nail him, to go 2-0. It's going to be interesting to see how things unfold now. We've got 2 more frames to come before the mid-session interval, 8 in all, of course, in this opening session. But that was a big frame there for Martin Gould. That will settle him. He might take the game to Luca now, but we shall see. Luca looks pretty comfortable, but he had 3 or 4 good chances to nail that second frame.
Made a break of 68 in the opener. The second, very scrappy affair, but they all count. And in some ways, those scrappy ones count for a bit more, because if you win them, you can quickly forget that you missed lots of balls. But if you lose a frame like that, having had chances, well, that can stay with you for a few frames more.
And that's the thing, isn't it? You have to try and blank it out and just carry on, look at things ahead. And this packed Tempodrome here in Berlin, enjoying this one already.
Yeah, they've used up a fair bit of adrenaline in that frame alone. Possible 15 still to come.
Nehmen Sie bitte Ihre Plätze wieder ein. Danke. Frame 3.
So an early bathroom break for Martin Gould to just compose himself. Not played the way he wants to so far, but no damage done, 1 apiece. Well, a bit unlucky to leave the red like that. Wasn't too far away. May even have got a slight kick. So an early chance for the Belgian.
Six. Seven. Thirteen. 14.
Wrong side of the blue. The colours are not well placed to get back towards these reds. Normally you'd be able to play the brown off his spot and swing the cue around the table, but not on this occasion. So if he takes this blue on and trying to get anywhere near the reds, he's going to have to play this with a lot of power, a lot of top spin left hand side. There is the power. What about that one? Oh. Playing on this red, just left of the black and above it. I'll tell you what, he's done well to get there. What a great shot that is.
One of the shots of the tournament.
I will agree with that. Tremendous power.
Couldn't have placed the cue ball any better.
20.
Well, he will be a bit irritated at the manner in which he lost that second frame, which he probably should have won. So the perfect response will be a sizable break here to quickly erase it from the memory.
Yeah. And the thing is, these guys are pretty good at doing that, aren't they? Well, he's gone aggressive. And he's just pushed that red towards the cushion.
25.
Didn't have to do that. There was a couple of reds he could have played on. Well done.
26.
Oh, another good angle on the blue to get into them. He's plotting his way out of trouble at the moment.
Luca, BRECEL, 26.
From the sublime to the ridiculous for Brazil at the moment. Flashes of brilliance, but too many careless errors. That wasn't an absolute gimme, but you got to get them in a major final.
Well, he was trying to make an angle that wasn't really on. Cameraman was in danger there. There's danger money written into the contract, Sir Phil. What do you reckon?
Well, Dennis Taylor famously nearly took a spectator's eye out in going for the black in '85 in the final. But that was with his elbow.
Oh, hello. If he's not listening, I'm going to tell him.
Just kidding there, Dennis.
There's a lot of players in the game who like to have done what he's done, and that's lift the big one, isn't it? And daft as it seems, I know we're only into February, but it won't be that long before we're saying welcome to the Crucible Theatre. It's amazing how quick it comes around.
Martin Gould desperately trying to get something going here. He knows he's a little bit lucky to be one apiece. But it's just not happening for him.
Martin Gould.
Pretty routine green by Gould standards. And he missed it by quite a way.
And he's landed on this red, and in such a way, as you watch the replay, he's on this red above the black, and I think Luca can move the red away from the black here. Well, he started so well, it's just gone a little bit bogged down. Yes, unlucky. He's pushed the red in the way. It's just gone a little bit scrappy. Twice across, try and hit the green. That's what I would be playing.
Green ball.
He's nominated green. Just a touch of left-hand side on the cue ball here, but if he gets this right, he can put Martin in trouble. It looks pretty good, you know. It looks pretty good. Oh, well done.
Luca BRECEL 1.
Just a thin edge here for safety. Just to make sure you don't get the double kiss. That was always a possible.
One. Yellow ball.
Needs to get further down. Now, has he got down this red? He might have done.
3.
The body language says no. Oh. Well, an inch to the left is perfect. Fractions. It's all about fractions at this game. Could still put Martin in some trouble, though.
Luca BRECEL 3.
Okay, he's found the gap, but I think the blue is covering the red. There is another one he can play here, actually. The red left of the blue. He could make that into a plant. He played one yesterday, which was about 2 or 3 feet apart. This is a similar shot. No, he's not taking it. He's just playing the safety. I think the one knows the blue will go, but it's a big shot to take on. Yes, there is room there. I would suggest just wait. Well, this could be all or nothing. Well, he's played it in such a way that he wasn't really going to leave anything. The only danger was there was the red coming back and catching the white. Possible plant. But look at the distance between those two reds. But if he gets it, he's on the black. Can't really see him playing that because he'll leave everything on if he misses. Well, he's having another look.
Every fibre of his being wanted to take that on, but he's erring on the side of caution. Well, or is he?
Wasn't that far away from the pot either, but he's left this one over the corner. Luca's got to be careful here because I know he likes to go for his shots, but if he starts pushing the boat out too much, he could find himself in trouble. Because there's no doubt that Martin will get stronger and stronger. That could have landed better. But if you keep giving a player chances like this, eventually he'll start taking them.
Six.
Yes, I think that was a slightly big bounce off the first cushion there.
Seven.
Well, it's not getting any easier. And it's tough for players like this, Phil, isn't it? If the white doesn't fall correctly, then it becomes hard work for them. And sometimes you can't legislate for this, you know, you're trying your best, but if the balls start falling like this, you know, it's awful.
These top professionals make snooker look so ridiculously easy when they're at their best. But it's easy to forget just how difficult it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, that's not finished too good either. And then you think to yourself, why do I keep putting myself through this?
Can be a very cruel game.
Well, frustrating to say the least.
Gould, 12.
Another scrappy frame then. And Gould has been living off scraps so far. Hasn't really had the chance to get his hand on the table and establish any fluency. BRECEL has been potting very well.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with that one, was there? Clean as a whistle on the black. There's a bit to do here to win the frame from here, but it's a chance.
8.
Don't know if that red passes the pink. He's just checked it. He might do. We shall see. He'll probably be down for the blue here, then onto the red near the pink. Well, he's twice he's played that shot like that. Got into it too much and got closer to the blue than intended. He's the wrong side of the blue. Might take the yellow.
26 in front now, 51 remaining.
Overdone that slightly.
11.
Did seem like another pretty lively bounce.
Well, the red obviously goes, and he's still got a half chance of potting it. Chose not to.
Luca BRECEL 11. Cheers.
Advantage Luca BRECEL in frame 3.
There's always a chance that he might have potted there, actually. With that side spin on the white. So often we see those kicked into the pockets. He could play the double to the right middle with an element of safety coming back for the black. The only danger is if it knuckles and comes back this end of the table. I think this is worth the double. It's not far away. Ooh. Well, it's come back, but it's not an easy pot for Martin. Just a fraction wide. Okay, Martin's 28 points behind here with 3 reds left, but this third frame could still go either way. Well, cue's gone down with the annoyance, far too thin. Now, can he get lucky here? And the answer is no.
As soon as he'd hit it, if it had gone wrong, how costly will it prove to be?
The problem is we know, Phil, with these really fast tables, we know where the white's going to land. Well, he's moved the other one. Slightly sacrificed the position on the blue. I'm not sure whether I'd take the blue on there. I'd just try and lay a snooker if I can. Just wait for a better chance.
Gould puffs out his cheeks. It's been that kind of afternoon so far, but he's just got to remain patient. He's very experienced. He knows that things can change around very quickly. He can find his best form very early stages of this final.
Well, he's chosen to take the other 5 points. That's fair enough, because with the dead weight shot there, he's left himself a pot on.
6.
Albeit from distance. Just trying to compose himself. Yep, well done. The other exchanges in this final have not been great for him,
7.
but, you know, he just sticks there in there and just keep going and just, well, let's see what happens once we get to the interval. Could have been 2-0 behind, but it's still 1 apiece.
Brown ball.
And he's on the brown. He's a likeable lad, Martin, isn't he, Phil? But I tell you what a competitor as well.
11.
Yeah, he's a very talented cueist. Attacking player, good to watch when he's in full flow. He hasn't had the opportunity to show us
12.
that brand of snooker yet. £16 points in arrears then, with the black to come.
Could be down to that green once more. Played that well. Well, it's all about green to brown now. He's got a slight angle on his yellow to get closer to the green.
19.
But with the green, anything but straight. Cushion will be perfect. It looks pretty good, you know. I think he's got some angle to get out to the brown. He could play on the brown to the middle, but he wants to play on the brown to the corner. He's got to be careful here if he's forcing this. He could rattle. Oh, what a cut that is. Clean as a whistle. How well did he cue that? And I think that has just won him this third frame.
Accuracy has to be spot on to play a pot like that at that pace and sink it.
28.
Looks like being a frame winner now is the right side of the blue. And what a result for Martin Gould after the way he struggled to date to be 2-1 up after 3 frames.
Well, that's the tenacity of the man.
33.
Just needs the pink.
Fine clearance to the pink from Martin Gould. His highest break of the match so far, a modest 39, but he won't care a jot about that because having found a little bit of form, he's also found the lead. When he should have been a couple of frames adrift, he's now 1 in front. 1 more frame before the interval, but it's Martin Gould who's got his nose in front at 2 frames to 1. So 1 more frame before the mid-session interval.
Frame 4.
Luca BRECEL will be a little bit frustrated to be 2-1 adrift. You feel as though he's played the better snooker so far, and yet Ronnie O'Sullivan now in the commentary box, he's behind.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed to not be leading this match. First frame come out all guns blazing. A nice confident 68 break. Seemed to be controlling much of the second frame as well. And also the third frame, he seems to be playing a much more positive snooker. But Martin's managed to pinch them 2 frames, 1 on the black, and then obviously that one there. So, yeah, I feel a little aggrieved at being 2-1 down, but that's snooking. You have to kind of pinch them scrappy ones, because they're just as important as the ones where you make fluent 70 breaks.
They both seem to be struggling a little bit with the pace of the table and their positional play, but this has been a theme this week, hasn't it? The lightning fast nature of this main match table.
Yeah, it's probably no faster than usually the TV tables are. But like I said, going from a slow table to a fast table is nigh on impossible. It's not just the speed, it's the slidiness of the match tables. They slide much more than, say, the outside tables would have done. But it's quite easy to go from a slow table to... it's quite easy to go from a fast table to a slow table. In fact, it's a good feeling, that, because you can be much more aggressive with the cue ball when you're striking the ball. But to try and go the other way round, it's virtually impossible.
8.
But I think Martin adapted really well, you know, in his quarter-final match against Trump. He said the first frame was all over the show, but he produced a great performance in that match. He was solid against Dot.
9.
And he's been solid in this match as well, you know, he's a solid player. And, you know, if Luca keeps giving him these chances, he's going to gain in confidence and start making 70s and 80s, because that's the type of player he is. I know that black looked simple, but the
60.
skill in that shot was to get perfect on this red so he could just run forward for the black. If he'd have left either type of angle, you could have left yourself going into the reds or up to the blue. But that's a perfect illustration of the good break building that Martin possesses. He's always finding the right angle on balls to come back and keeps it simple. The white's never travelling around the table. Feels like he got a bit 24. Of a bounce off the side cushion, I think.
These lively bounces are a relatively new phenomenon, aren't they, Ronnie? I mean, kicks have always been around, albeit that there are more these days than there used to be, but the unusual bounce is relatively new, isn't it?
It's probably been happening for the last 7, 8 years, I'd say. I think a lot of that can be down to, I think the cloths are too thin these days. I think years ago when we played with a thicker cloth, very rarely did you get any of them bounces, if ever at all. And I think also that would help with the kicks, maybe go with a slightly heavier ball, and that would probably eliminate all that stuff, but what do I know?
Well, all sorts of things have been tried in a bid to eradicate these problems and take the bad luck factor out of snooker. They've been monitoring the temperature of the cushions in recent times to see to what degree that alters the playing conditions.
It's just keeping people in jobs, I think. Get a thicker cloth, job done.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does seem brilliantly simple, but it's not happening.
Yeah, but some people don't like things simple. They like to complicate it and, you know, yeah. Cooked it.
What a result that is for Gould.
33.
Shake of the head, but he'll be delighted. Luca will be seething.
This game has a way of biting back at you sometimes, and I think Luca in the last 2 frames would have probably expected to win one of them 2 frames and been leading 2-1, but the game will kind of kick you in the teeth. I think by Martin getting that fluke, it's just probably a little illustration of that sometimes. If you don't give the game enough respect,
40.
the game can then always turn back and throw it back in your face. So very important that Luca doesn't make too many careless mistakes and tries to keep his game a little bit tight and try and control what he can control.
Yeah, that second frame felt like a big one, even in these early stages of the final, because BRECEL really should have doubled his lead, and Gould was under pressure at that stage. He was really suffering out there, but now he's got his nose in front. He's just had a healthy fluke.
41.
And he'll fancy his chances of a 3-1 interval lead.
I think Luca's problem is that he was overconfident, and it's a nice problem to try and sort out sometimes, because there are times when you feel that confident that you don't feel like you can miss.
Yeah, sure.
And that's what everybody strives for, but there is also the other side of it where you have to manage that
43.
as well. Sometimes knowing you can get it and knowing what you can do on the table, it's not always the right shot to play. Sometimes it's about keeping it tight and just controlling the pace of the game, dictating the game, and just staying in second and third gear sometimes. Not trying to always make big shots. Try and be efficient, a little bit like what Martin does.
And does that just come with experience of playing these big sorts of matches?
Yeah, it comes with experience, and also it just comes with wanting to be a better player. Sometimes you have to look at your shot selection and go, well, I know I'm capable of putting that, but is that actually the right shot at this moment in time? And like I said, it's a lovely problem to have. Luca's blessed with such great talent. He can pot any ball there is, he can score quickly, he has a fantastic snooker brain. Sometimes it's just kind of just trying to hold that down a little bit. And just trying to sort of, yes, it's managing that ability, if you like, and but it's a nice problem to have.
50.
I'd rather have that problem than, say, some players, they don't have great ability and have to work at everything they do and they get the maximum out of themselves. What we're seeing here is a 20-year-old guy who's a rough diamond, and he can only get better.
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it?
So it's a great position to be in.
Easy to forget, Luca is only just 20.
56.
Mind you, you were winning ranking titles. Barely out of nappies, so...
Yeah, I mean, listen, John Higgins, Mark Williams and myself, you know, we were kind of young and
57.
Good amateurs coming into the game.
Yeah.
But it don't always happen. Stephen Hendry was a young starter. So he already had a fantastic career, Luca. He's only 18. Oh, no, 20, sorry. And already in the final of a major event, semi-finals last year, the Welsh played a fantastic match against John Higgins. Everybody knows how good this guy is. And if he could just put a little bit of John Higgins into his game, can you imagine how good he'd be then?
It's interesting, isn't it, how players develop and peak at different ages. Look at Stuart Bingham, he's taken 20-odd years to become an overnight sensation, you know?
Yeah.
Hendry, on the other hand,
64.
youngest ever world champion.
Yeah.
Martin Gould still showing plenty of signs of frustration out there. He's getting some bad contacts, the odd urgent bounce off the cushion, but he's still at the table with a chance to clinch things here. He only needs a colour off that red.
65.
And BRECEL will need snookers.
Yeah, it's been a lovely break by Martin. Again, tight cue ball control. Nothing flashy. Balls in the middle of the hole. Nice punchy shots. And this is all probably because Luca probably took on one too many aggressive shots that maybe he didn't need to take on. And that's the experience and learning curve that he will have to go on. But if he gets on a rhythm, he can quickly win 2 or 3 frames as well.
So one snooker to tie as things stand. Looks like the break's over. But Gould should have done enough to win his 3rd straight frame. In fact, he had a plan. So that surely set the seal on this 4th frame. By a distance, the swiftest frame of the match.
I mean, I also see Martin as an attacking player as well, but he's just learned that sometimes, you know, it's just holding it back a little bit and trying to compete in the safety department, and I think that's what Martin's learned over the last 4 or 5 years. He's made him much more of a consistent performer in events. And so, don't get me wrong, Martin is an aggressive player, one of the most attacking on the circuit, and great to watch.
Well, he has his nose in front now. Only 59 remaining, so a tall order for BRECEL to turn this around.
1.
The only criticism I would have of Luca is sometimes he has a lot of bridge overhanging with the cue. I think if he could get his hand in a little bit closer to the cue ball, that would allow him to have much more tighter cue ball control. And that's what I talk about, the rough edges with Luca. There's just little things that he could maybe improve on that make him an unbelievable player.
Yeah, that pink had to go, didn't it? And Luca BRECEL, having missed it, decides he's had enough of that frame. The final one before the interval, Martin Gould will be highly delighted at the scoreline. Struggled at the start, but he's won 3 on the bounce and leads by 3 frames to 1 at our first interval. 9 the target to be crowned German Masters champion.
So, the potter from Pinner in front. Jimmy, Neil and Ronnie have been watching with interest. Didn't feel like that way for the first part of that.
No, he'll be kicking himself, Luca. He's missed an absolute simple blue in the second game to go 2-0 up. He's tried to pinch a bit of the pocket to get on the pink. Missed it, eventually losing on the black to go 1 each, and he's not really been in it since then.
No, we can have a look at that, I think, actually.
Yeah, the blue, he's stretching a bit. As Ronnie says, he's always got a lot of cue over, you know, his bridge hand, and he's tried to pinch a bit. And this shot here, he's played the snooker in behind the pink. You've got to make sure that at least you get the white there. Don't really worry about the blue. Just make sure the white stops dead. Blue's gone over the pocket. And this black, he's hit it thick. I would have fancied him to have got that normally.
Yeah. And as we sat and watched, Neil, you felt that sooner or later Martin would find a better rhythm to his game, given the opportunities he was getting, and actually took that, obviously, to go level in the match, and then not long later got that little bit of luck sometimes any player needs, a fluked red that just kept him on a break.
Yeah, but he's composed himself a little bit better. I mean, at the start, there's no question who was playing the more freely, and it was Luca. This was the fluke in that frame, and of course he's taken full advantage, but by now he's 2-1 up, and you feel that maybe the match has just turned a little bit. I know we're at the early stages towards him, because, you know, he won frame 3. He could have easily been 3-0 down. How on earth is he 2-1 up on what we saw? He wasn't settled at all. Luca was playing with freedom. He was tight and tense, but the shackles have been released now, and Luca really has let him off the hook a little bit.
Yeah, you've talked in commentary about the fact that it's a nice problem to have, that you have this ability. It's controlling your talent that Luca's got to learn.
Yeah, because he can win playing, you know, if he tightens up a little bit, he can play at 75, 80% and win most matches.
Yeah.
But like you see, you know, he's tried a shot there that he should never try to get the green out from there. You should no way try and get the green out from here. I mean, that's just an exhibition shot, not at the final of the tournament. That's just a little bit careless. I mean, I've got no problem with him going for that.
Yeah. This was just way too thin, wasn't it?
Yeah, but once you start letting loose shots come into your game, it starts to come out in a lot of other shots. So it's about just tightening up sometimes.
What he does do well, and you're going to show us in a moment, is breaking the reds apart off the black. We saw an example, I think, in the very first frame of...
Yeah, I mean, this was a great shot. I mean, he hasn't hit it really hard. He's hit it solid and strong, and all reds out in the open. I mean, he accelerates so much through that ball. A lot of players can't play that shot. But
so give us a bit of a sense of the technique and the thought.
I'll try and show you. So what you're trying to do is trying to power through the white ball, and then, you know, you want to get so much fizz on the white that it's, once it hits the reds, it's still screwing, and it's like an explosion, basically.
OK.
So here you go. I'm going to try. That's a semi-explosion, but it's all right, it'll do.
Still frame over.
Still make maxes from there.
So the point, obviously, is that the white is still active when it reaches the reds. It's got enough spin on it.
Yeah, well, it's right going into the pack, but it's knowing where the white's going to go. So you want to go into the pack and leave yourself on the reds. You don't want to be on the cushion here or up here, and it's a terrible shot. So the idea of that shot is to play it with controlled screw, explode the reds open, and go and make 100.
Yeah, and we talked about a similar idea off the blue the other day, Neil, and these are two ways in which the game's got quite aggressive in modern play.
Well, there's no one better at that shot, breaking the reds from the black, than Ronnie, I think. I think Ding Junhui's really good as well. I know he's not in very good form these days, but he's a great splitter of the bunch. They're all good at it, but certain players do it in such a way there where the luck seems to come out of the equation. The skill comes in, because you need a bit of luck when you go into the bunch, but certain players seem to just open the reds up like Ronnie explained there so well.
Yeah, well, you used to have that white on a piece of string, James, didn't you?
I still do, Matt. You've not been watching me practice.
I have. How does Luca get his act together here?
Well, as Ronnie said, he's got to tighten it up a little bit. His people around him, his coach and maybe his dad, you know, he's got to sort of rein it in a bit, wait for a good chance and try and get control of the cue ball and try and score some, because if he doesn't, I think Martin's going to run away with it.
Gould in front, 3-1. He leads Luca BRECEL at that first mid-session interval. And we'll be back with the resumption in Berlin in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us. We talked a little bit and saw in the match and heard in commentary, Ron, about you feel that there's too much cue over the bridge hand. Just explain what that means.
Well, you know, when you're playing...
Hang on.
Oh, yeah. See here. He wants to be another hand closer to the ball.
Yeah.
And that way there, the front of the cue doesn't move around so much. The white's on the cushion, so you can you can get away with that one. But I'm talking when you're close in the balls, there's no need to have that amount of cue overhanging. There is just no need.
So getting your left hand in your case, well, it's mostly in your case, and your bridge hand closer to the white, what does that achieve?
Luca would probably be here. Now I'd say get there.
Yeah.
Because there, look, it's so much more solid there. God, mate, I don't know where I am, but there, I think I can't miss that.
It also means at the back you've got you're not so hunched up. You've got more room at the back to bring the cue through. I mean,
yeah, because the one obviously affects the other. There's only so much cue to.
Certain shots you have to go long, but when you're in the balls, you can't. You've got to stay compact.
A shot like this, if you're here and you're trying to get there, I'm not sure. But if I'm there, I just know I can't go wrong. It's just a simple shot, but with a bit of bridge overhanging, it's.
And is that something you can be coached in and out of? Is that something he just feels naturally?
Basically, you just have to watch video of Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry, John Higgins, Din Junhui. You know, all them type of players that have got good cue ball control. You just kind of have to watch them and go, well, that's the way to play, really. You know, and he might lose something from his game, but he'll gain so much more with the other stuff. It's kind of finding that right balance and. You know, once he finds that, he'll be just a much better all-round player.
Mm. Did you shorten? Have any of you shortened as you've gone?
He's a natural player, like me and Ronnie, really. But you learn what makes you feel more comfortable, and you know, he's not consistent that way. He may pop fantastic balls, but he occasionally will miss an easy one, or it will come into his safety game where it one too thin, and all this doesn't necessarily have to happen if he's shortened up a bit. It's a bit, you know, it's a bit disheartening for him to us to talk about it now, but he needs to do it.
But basically what you end up doing is you end up letting your opponent off the hook. You keep giving them lifelines, and that's...
Which is exactly what we're seeing.
That's exactly what he's done. But if he could manage that, he could be 4-0 up here in this match quite easily, because he was dominating so early.
But he's not doing that in every shot. That's the biggest problem. You know, some shots he's quite close, some he's not. So he's a little bit sporadic.
Yeah.
He's just got to tighten up his technique. He's got everything else. He's got a great eye for the game. He's got a bit of work to do here because he just got a little bit flustered, I think, when the balls weren't going in before the interval. And obviously the technique thing is something that you can't just go into his dressing room now. That's to go away and work on, and he'll come back a better player, clearly.
Because the one thing he does so well is what you can't teach. And he just accelerates. He pulls the cue back, he accelerates through the ball, he plays them shots so well. You can't teach that.
No.
But what you can teach is getting your hand in a bit closer and making slight adjustments.
And when you talked about in that particular frame where the green was tied up somewhere towards, I think it was this cushion here, he's got a rein in his ambition because he can make the shot and see the shot. He's tempted to do it.
It's all right. No, I mean, sometimes it's great knowing you can do it, but sometimes you just think, you know what, I'm just going to keep control of the table. Why give my opponent an opportunity? I'm just going to keep him under so much pressure that they end up cracking anyway. So you just do it in a slightly more intelligent way.
Mm. And Martin's good at that, isn't he? He's not the opposite, but he has that sense of control, tightness.
I mean, I've got the two the most creative players ever to play next door, right next to me, either side, and they're saying he's going for 1 or 2 shots too many. So work it out.
Good point. Good point. More from the gentlemen at the end of this first session. 3-1, Martin Gould leads. The resumption is upon us. Back we go to Mike Hallett and Philip Studd.
A big session coming up then here, particularly for Luca BRECEL. As we've been discussing, he's rather let his opponent Martin Gould off the hook in that first mini session. Should have been 2-0 up for sure, and now 3-1 down. Still plenty of time to retrieve the situation, but he's going to have to smooth off those rough edges in his game in what's left of this session. Another 4 frames coming up before the finale tonight. Martin Gould will be much the happier then. He hasn't played anywhere near his best, but he's got that advantage. There were some signs, albeit he benefited from a fluke, but he was beginning to find a bit of fluency at the back end of that mini session. Can he maintain that form and really take an iron grip on this German Masters final?
Well, Luca just has to forget about what's gone on, really, and think to himself, OK, I've lost the first session 3-1, but I'm going to try and win the second session 3-1. And then it's all square going into this evening. Oh, that's a good start. It's better. 1. Needs to slow down a little bit, though.
There's been nothing wrong, I should say, with Luca BRECEL's long game today. He's potted some excellent balls.
82%.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
4 out of 5, you take that any time. from distance.
The thing is, if you know, it just gets this frame on the board, Phil, he's back in this, and all of a sudden it's 3-all, and we can forget about everything that we've just said.
Schalten Sie bitte Ihr Telefon aus.
But he has to start putting frames on the board and just stop this little bit of carelessness. The times we're just talking there at the interval, weren't we? The times when the great players and all the good players become the great players. That there were points in frames and matches where you probably just have to stand back a little bit, give yourself a little bit more thinking time, and realise where those important moments are.
Give me a second, please.
He's a great talent. Still only 20 years of age. Time for improvement.
Eleven. Twelve. Seventeen. Würden Sie bitte schnellstmöglich Ihre Plätze einnehmen?
Okay, he wasn't at his best last evening, but you don't get to a major final like this by playing poorly. He's in good form this week. And you've just got to remember how you've played to get here and take that form forward. And he's got to cut out the mistakes, there's no doubt about that. Because he's opened the door
25.
to Martin Gould. Now he's got to try and close it.
26.
Well, obviously the red passes the green.
31.
Great chances for Luca just to
32.
put a frame on the board and resettle himself. He was looking good in the early part of this match, first couple of frames. Just lost his way a little bit.
Made 68 to take the opener in very fluent fashion.
37.
He was very capable, just knocking in 2 or 3 frames in no time at all, Phil, isn't he?
38.
Well, the good news, as Ronnie and Jimmy were discussing in the interval, is that the things that are wrong with Luca BRECEL's game are easily corrected. He's got the talent to go a very long way.
What about that one? Very good. Top spin off the side cushion. Caught them well. He's given himself every chance now to put this one on the board.
46.
Yeah, a little shake of the head. Wrong side of the blue. And perhaps that's an example of what we've been talking about. Just needs to tighten up a little. Make sure of the position. Shouldn't be a problem, but
51.
you want to keep things as simple as you can when the pressure's on.
He's overrun that cue ball a little bit as well. I didn't think he'd go that far. He's played on this right-hand red. He's just gone a little bit further away from this red than he should have done, really.
Well, there you go. That was the result of failing to get top side of the blue, really.
Luca BRECEL, 51.
And it annoyed him, and he was thinking about that when he took on that red, which normally he'd pot, but it stayed out.
Well, again, I think he just overran the blue a little bit.
Handy lead for BRECEL, but by no means a frame-clinching one.
1.
Well, imagine if Martin can get this one as well. This would be a massive hammer blow. And he's aware of that. Probably a little bit of check side getting into the back, or there is a loose one on the left-hand side there. Gone for the pack. Not bad, that's okay. Got one to the middle, and he's opened up the other reds. Just a slightly awkward one here on the left-hand side, but I tell you what, this is a great chance here to steal.
Seven.
Just finished a little bit in between.
13.
But I think he's okay to get onto the black. Well, he could even open up the pink here, but I think he should play on the black. Oh, that's perfect. Split the two reds, land on the other one.
Gould can pinch this frame. He's guaranteed no worse than being parity going into this evening, but he'll be having his eyes on something rather better than that.
Well, he's just caught the reds the wrong side there. It's okay, but he wanted that cue ball to stick more towards the pink spot. I think it was the right shot to play. The cannon to open up those two reds. Yes, lovely recovery. Now, I just wonder whether we might play on the awkward one on the left-hand side here and try and get rid of it, but I think ideally get rid of the two near the pink spot first. This is a definite chance here to steal. And this would hurt the young Belgian. He's underhit that. That's poor. That's really poor.
27.
Relief for BRECEL, for sure.
Well, there's still... Sorry, Phil.
No, I was just going to say, would have been beginning to have feared the worst.
Well, I thought there was still a pot on, but he's playing the safety. Line him up down the middle of the table for the snooker. Well, that will annoy Martin, because that was a great chance to steal the frame.
Martin Gould, 27.
And that could have been better as well. This might be a possible plant on here to this left corner. Luca's had a look at it, and the angle that he's coming from with the cue ball, he could make this. Double checking.
24 in front.
Well, that's careless for Martin. You know, he should have made sure he got the cover. This could go in. Can't leave those. But again, it needs to slow down to land on something. Oh, he's nowhere, or is he? He's on the ground, he's got there. Yeah, that was careless from Martin Gould.
So another chance for BRECEL to close the gap to 1.
Just the red and black needed to leave Martin needing a snooker.
6.
Well, that will annoy Martin because he was bang in there to steal the frame, but the safety from him was not good.
Frame ball. And game very much back on here in Berlin.
13.
The initial
14.
break of 51 from BRECEL. At one stage, didn't look like being enough.
Well, this Tempodrome crowd here in Berlin, they really, really do love their snooker. They can't wait for these stars to come out
20.
and play in this event, and all the players love playing here as well. They would love to see this match go all the way this evening. 9-8 on the black. Why not?
Well, who knows? Luca BRECEL has certainly helped his cause by winning that 5th frame. It was a must-win, really, after what had gone before. And he'd have had his heart in his mouth when he missed that easy red on 51, but he wasn't punished by Martin Gould. And so BRECEL is right back in the mix here. Gould's lead cut to a single frame. He leads by 3 frames to 2. Luca BRECEL preparing to break off in frame number 6. He'll feel a lot happier now. He stopped the rock. He lost 3 on the bounce.
Luca BRECEL to break.
Break of 51, helping him to close the gap to just a single frame. 3 more in this session. A possible 9 tonight on the resumption.
A little bit short of pace. He's offered up a pot here. Well, I thought there was. My apologies. I thought that red on the left-hand side was on, but I think it might have gone far enough to find the cover. Yes, it has. Just missed the blue, but it might not miss the pocket. Ooh. It's made all the difference. Ball in hand, near the yellow. A red was on.
BRECEL went for that red and caught it way too thick.
Push the boat out a little, perhaps.
One.
Well, that's unlucky if he hasn't landed on... He's not on the pink, but I don't think he's on the black either. He might have to take the blue. Got through them there. Lots of topspin. Just at that touch of side on the cue ball. Well, he's looking at the blue. There's pressure on this one. This is no gimme. He's seen Luca win the last frame. You know, he's 3-2 up. If this goes in, it could be 4-2 on the other hand. Brilliant. Well done. Stood up.
That kind of pressure pot is a confidence booster. Playing it in the knowledge that he was leaving plenty if it didn't go in.
Seven.
That's a little bit unlucky. He's left himself awkward on the one to the middle. Mind you, you can drop this in dead weight and be on the blue or the black. He's just slightly hampered over the pink, but should get this. Chose to get the right side of the blue. Well, this is a wonderful chance here. I mean, Luca did push the boat out a little bit with that red he took on, and it might prove to be costly. He's put himself in the same spot. Red to the middle.
15.
And this is a... In fact, I think you can see the one there, the black, actually. Which is easier.
$23. $24. $29.
There's a hushed silence here in the Tempodrome. Great supporters of our game in Germany, Phil, aren't they? They're very, very respectful of the players as well. They really do sort of understand and consider the skill factor and everything that's needed for these boys to win.
You can only imagine what would happen if Germany could produce a top professional player.
Well, tennis, golf.
$32.
Just look at that. It doesn't get better than that. 2,500 people in here.
33.
And all of a sudden, they're just starting to go into the middle of the pockets. He's finding the touch here, Martin. I know it's been a little bit of a slow start in this final, but just signs here that things are beginning to warm up.
This is the result of BRECEL's ambitious attempt at the cutback red. Is he about to fall 2 frames adrift again? Here it is. Very, very tough shot.
Well, now then. He's gone awkward over the
48.
pink. There's nothing to the left corner. He was playing on the one to the right, but this is now tough. Might need the spider. This is a bit of a stretch. Well, he knows that this is missable. He was able just to get the cue in there enough. Still a good putt, though. Had to play that with a little bit of side. Had to be careful. A couple of reds and colours away from capturing this 6th frame.
55. $56.
So just one more red
62.
will suffice for Gould.
Yeah, it's been a solid break this, just at the right time as well.
Chance to go on and make the century now. The highest break so far, Gould's 72 in the 4th frame.
And from here, Phil, he could still really do some damage. You know, it's a possibility. This could be 6-2 or 5-3. It could be 4 each,
69.
but we shall see.
$70.
Okay, it's not been the greatest of snooker here this afternoon, but it's, I think in the opening session of a final, it's always all you're trying to do is move yourself into a good position and then finish the job in the evening.
75. $76.
This game is all about punishing your opponent's errors to the full if you can.
83.
And that's precisely what Martin Gould has done here. Clinical stuff from the pinner Potter. The red doesn't matter. No century, but the highest break of the match. A run of 83 after Luca BRECEL took on that very difficult long red. It proved to be his last shot of the frame. And Martin Gould is engineering a position of strength in this German Masters final, leading as he does 4-2. 2 more frames in this session. Luca BRECEL badly needs at least one of them. Kessler, our referee for our final, just calling this packed crowd to order in readiness for frame number 7. Martin Gould, once again, 2 frames clear, courtesy of that break of 83. 2 more frames to come in this session. 2 very, very important frames, particularly for the young Belgian, Luca BRECEL.
Yeah, he's got to dig in here. It's a damage limitation time. Still very capable of winning these last 2 frames, of course, and making his forward piece going into this evening. That would set things up nicely. 5-3, 6-2, you've got to favour Martin Gould, but 4-all, Phil, we're back to where we was. It's probably a difficult one to pick. This is looking pretty good. Well played. Twice across, try and get on that red that's just behind the black spot. There is a gap between the blue and the red. Still, I think it's the right shot to play. And long he doesn't go around it. Well, he hasn't got the right angle. He's left it on.
Miss. Luca BRECEL 4.
The miss has been called here. I mean, he could have it put back, but he could play the cannon into the red for the black. No, he's dropping it in. Missed it. Well, too many of those, I'm afraid.
So Martin Gould's error in trying to escape from the snooker could well prove very profitable. And he's in stroke, having made 83 in the previous frame.
And he knows that Luca is struggling. Push on.
Eight.
There's no doubt out of the two, Phil, who's playing the better snooker now. I mean, Luca was sharp as a button in the opening frame, making that 68, but then he lost the second, and it went away from him slightly.
14.
Yeah, it's just one or two relatively minor things, isn't it, which are holding BRECEL back at the moment. Just that little bit of extra composure required.
15.
The odd shot selection could be arguably a little better. The margins are fine, but they make such a big difference when you're playing in a major final like this. The scoreline could easily be 4-2 the other way. But Gould does have the greater experience, and he's beginning to make that tell now.
It's just coming up to about 20 minutes since Luca potted the ball.
20.
Long time in snooker, that 20 minutes. That's about that could be 4 frames playing Ronnie.
Didn't pot that red cleanly, so a bit of work to do on the blue.
$26.
Not ideal.
Could still go for this and then just screw back off the red and pink for the blue. No, he's playing the safety.
Martin Gould, 26.
Well, it's not great. I don't know whether he's covered this red on the left-hand side. A shake of the head says no.
Hampered a little by the green, though.
Yeah, but that was a poor shot from Martin there. Problem Luca's got here with this angle, he'd be going into the pack. There you go, over 21 minutes. Can he drop this in dead weight? That would be unbelievable. As you say, he feels slightly hampered, so there's less that he can do with the cue ball. Might be playing the stun shot. Well, he's all over the place at the moment. I mean, that wasn't easy, but it was a chance. Well, Luca could have left an easier one than this, but I'm just looking at this red to the left corner here, and he could, Martin could play a little cannon into the black. Now he's looking at the one to the pink, or near the pink, to the right centre. Yes, well done. Well, that's a little bit unlucky. Or is it? Has he landed on this black? That would be some bonus if he's on this black. I think he is. Well, when it's going for you, take advantage. Ooh, side door.
Not sure how that dropped.
8.
Just slid in eventually. The margins are ultra fine, aren't they? If Luca BRECEL had been half an inch either side of that green, he'd have had a much easier red to take on. Equally,
9.
Martin Gould could easily have not landed on the black.
Yes, you know, I mean, Martin's playing the better snooker at the moment, and that's why he's getting the rub of the green. And again, you know, if he makes it 5-2 here and takes the last one of the session, that is a great position to be in. Hasn't played that very well, though. He's played to be a little bit further to the left of the red into the right middle. Is that young man looking a little bit fed up? I mean, this wasn't easy, but because of the downward striking, he's come across the red.
17.
Whatever happens in these sort of matches, there's always something to learn. How well did he strike that? His confidence is growing here. He knows at the moment he doesn't think that Luca can hurt him, even if he misses.
$23.
Again, a rather careless positional shot. Gould has struggled from a positional point of view throughout this session. And yet, he's 2 frames clear with a very good chance of making it 3.
Yeah, it's not too bad. He can just drop this in for the left-hand red and hold for the pink. I've got no idea why he's attempted that. Why did he play that? He didn't need to play that. Just drop the blue in for the red above the pink.
28.
That was an unnecessary risk to take.
Luca BRECEL will be mightily relieved. Still 50 points in arrears, but Gould now has quite a bit still to do to clinch this frame here.
I don't understand that at all, Phil, because if he just drops the blue in, he's only about 4 feet behind the red. It's not as if he's like 8 or 10 feet behind it. It was still mid-range.
Just the safety then.
Martin Gould, 28.
Applause, but Gould will be very frustrated about that. It'll only matter, though, if BRECEL can turn this around.
And just look at that. Found the gap. Amazing. Well, he needs this one and the last.
BRECEL has lost a couple of frames, hasn't he, today, that he should have won. Can he turn the tables here? Because Martin Gould should certainly be 5-2 in front now.
Yes, and these are the ones that really matter, aren't they? With you're only 50-odd points behind. I bet Martin wishes he could have that blue back again.
$3.
Played that well.
Gould's turn to sit and suffer a little, perhaps. This is a very big visit to the table for Luca BRECEL. If he can pinch this one, there's still a chance to emerge from this opening session all square. And what a result that would now be for him, having missed chances earlier in this session.
$16.
Yeah, it's just a couple of slightly awkward reds there on the right-hand side.
17.
They do like an ooh and an ah, this crowd, don't they?
Yeah, I thought that was a little bit too close for comfort, that one, to the middle pocket.
Wow, he pinched a bit there, didn't he? Look at the side on the cue ball. Living on the edge.
22.
It's not all that good for the health watching Luca play snooker. He's still going though. 27 behind. But not ideal by any stretch.
25.
Well, Gould knows BRECEL shouldn't have this opportunity. The lead cut to 25. Still 43 there.
Yeah, I just don't understand why Martin played that blue the way he did, Phil, because at the end of the day, it wasn't as if it was difficult to get onto the red. If he was trying to get on the red near the top cushion, a specific one, fair enough, as Luca plays a good recovery pot there. But, you know, there was options for Martin, and he didn't have to take that risk. There's always a chance of hitting the ball colours on the way back, but Luca's still going.
Yeah, that was a terrific pot with the rest. He'd take so much out of this if he could clear up. But it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, it's all about this frame, not the last one, really, because if it's 4-3, the worst-case scenario is 5-3. But if he loses this one and the last one, well, that's a long way back. So really important to get this one on the board to make it 4-3. Then he can throw all of his energies into the last frame of the session.
That lady getting a bird's-eye view of proceedings with the binoculars. Oh, what a pot that is. Well, you can't take your eyes off Luca BRECEL. He is simply oozing talent. It's not necessarily good for the heart rate, but it's fun.
You okay? Somebody enjoyed that one.
It's all about composure from here. He looks composed.
32.
Needs to hold it together for a couple more minutes. And this could prove to be a very significant frame in this final, if he can.
Still needs them all, and just look where the black is.
37.
What a break this has been.
Yeah. Had no right to win this one, really, the way he's been playing, lack of confidence, and the way the balls have been going and what have you, and especially with the way they were positioned before he got here, but he still has a chance to steal.
46.
Now, he could do with a little bit of angle here, not straight, 'cause then he can get closer to the black. I think this is fairly straight. Can he get off this side, top cushions? Yes, he can. Big shot coming up here. This could really set the tone for this evening.
That is one of the clearances of the tournament, and no wonder Luca BRECEL punches the air. He deserves that applause. That was brilliant, and what a time to produce it. And a hammer blow for Martin Gould, who looked a certainty to move 5-2 up with one left in the session. As it is, he's pegged back to 4-3, and it's game on again in Berlin. What a break that was. Gould, 4-3 up.
Well, what about that, Phil, eh? I didn't see that coming, did you? Where has he produced that from?
I don't think Martin Gould saw it coming either. What a clearance that was from Luca BRECEL. That just underlines the talent and the potential that this young Belgian player has. And Gould, who played that careless positional shot, getting the wrong side of the blue and then opting to go in and out of baulk to retrieve position, which he failed to do. But I'm sure he didn't expect it to be his last error of the frame. He would have hoped to have come back.
Well, I can understand him trying to get closer to the reds, but this is a terrific pot from Luca. But the previous shot from Martin, I mean, the clearance was fantastic. But I don't understand why Martin played the blue the way he did. I said it at the time, he didn't have to. He would have had a mid-range red to stay on the pink from about 4 feet away. It's not as if he's leaving himself 10 feet away. And for me, that was poor shot management at that time, because he was looking to lead 5-2 and really apply the pressure to Luca. But every credit to the young Belgian for that clearance.
One of the best that I've seen. We've had some fantastic ones down the years. Perhaps the most famous, the late Hurricane Higgins against the Whirlwind in '82 in the World Championship semi-final. John Higgins produced an unbelievable one in the Masters final to deny Rocket Ronnie, but, well, that's one of the breaks of the tournament for sure. Given the moment in the match, and given the way it could provide a big shift in momentum in this final, we shall see. But that was something special from BRECEL.
Thank you. It's the last frame of this session. Luca BRECEL to break.
He'll have a spring in his step now. The final frame of this first session. Is it going to be honours even? That looked highly unlikely just a few minutes ago. And now it's up to Martin Gould to recover from that hammer blow. Guaranteed, it seemed, a 3-frame advantage, which means the worst he could be was 5-3 up at the end of this session, but not now. He might not have a lead at all. And he's caught that. Too thick.
We see it so often at this game, Phil, now, don't we? You know, just in a space of 5, 6, 7 minutes, how things just turn around. Well, that was a chance, but...
Well, this is the moment for BRECEL to just take a deep breath and let the adrenaline levels, which must be off the scale, just return to normal.
It's like making a maximum, isn't it? It only wins 1 frame, but then you've got to get yourself back down, get your feet on the ground and concentrate on the next frame.
I'll never know, Mike, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, I've only had him in practice. Oh, great pot. All of a sudden, this final is warming up. It's simmering. It's definitely simmering for this evening.
It's been a slow burner, but it's been compelling stuff. You can't take your eyes off it now. Rattled it in.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen.
But we know what this guy's like, Phil, don't we? He's tenacious, isn't he? He'll block that out and just concentrate on this frame. The pink doesn't go, so he's going to have to play the blue. Just cut it back into the centre. Avoid the balk colours. Not bad. That's okay. He's played on the red to the other corner, but he'll take that. In fact, he's on 2. Well, just a good 5 or 6 minutes for
23.
him. And you're thinking, OK, 5-3 going into tonight. That's not bad. I'll take that.
Yes, he would most definitely have taken that when he was struggling in the first couple of frames and looked like falling 2-0 behind.
Just nudged another one out of the pack there, but just check and see if the pink goes. If not, on to the brown.
$29. $30.
Molly could possibly go aggressive here and try and get them open. He could drop this black in dead weight for the loose red. But knowing Martin as we do, he could try and get them open as well. Good job it's downhill there.
37.
Yeah, the base of the pack is quite flat, isn't it? Which perhaps put him off trying to split them.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, even if he comes back for the blue here and gets a good angle, that would be okay. Well, he's done it there. He's got them open.
38.
That's terrific. He's got the blue to the corner as well. Caught those so well.
A good response so far to the manner in which he lost the previous frame from Gould. A little bit of pressure on this one, but it's there.
He's got himself back together, hasn't he? I mean, the last frame must have hurt, obviously, but this is terrific. Great response.
43.
Took a while to unfold this final, but it's great now. It's a pity it's the last frame.
44.
Can't we carry on?
I'm sure you could do a deal with Joe and Dave.
Yes, they will be finishing off the final this evening. Joe Johnson, David Hendon. I think we're all in for a great evening.
$50.
Terrific red.
$51.
Let's not forget what this means to Martin Gould as well, as we see Luca in the chair. Both of them, we know it's a massive day for both of them, but if Martin wins here this evening, he will go to number 14 in the world, top 16 with the rest of the season ahead. I mean, that's a good platform, Phil, isn't it?
58.
It is, and of course he'll be celebrating his first major ranking title. And who knows what sort of launch pad that could be for the remainder of his career.
Yeah. Notwithstanding the cheque for
59.
80,000 euros. But he's shown his mettle here. He's responding very well.
Very close to tying this frame up now. Plenty of reds still available. Luca BRECEL went for a red. This is it. Caught it too thick. That could well be his last shot of this session. It's looking that way. Red and the colour will suffice.
67.
Oh, this is terrific. I mean, might even finish the session with a century.
It's the only thing that's been missing, really. We've had plenty of drama. We've had some misses. We've had some very tight frames. We've had one of the best clearances you could ever wish to see.
Well, he's done exactly what he needed to do here. Respond after losing that last frame. But we thought Luca might have just sort of missed the boat a little bit early on in the session, Phil. But he's still in there at 5-3. You know, I'm looking forward to this evening. This is going to be terrific. But Luca will have to get off to a good start, of course.
Yeah, the first couple of frames are going to be very important. But he's certainly not out of it. And if he can reproduce the kind of form he showed in the previous frame, well, this could yet go to the wire.
80.
But you have to give a lot of credit to
81.
Martin Gould. This is a champion's response to the previous frame.
Yeah, it is, and it would be nice if he could finish with a century. Well, this capacity crowd here at the Tempodrome in Berlin are in for a treat here this evening.
88.
They've had a treat this afternoon, but even more so in the evening session. Packed house, 2,500 people, and trust me, when these boys come out tonight, this place will be rocking.
The Tempodrome roof will be raised.
$96.
A couple of pots away from the 100 break.
97.
Oh, this has been top draw. Make sure of the black, Martin. I know you've got to go around the table. Just make sure you pop this black in. Well done. Brilliant. Missed the yellow. No, he's not in great position, but that's career century 137. But what a time to make it.
What a couple of frames this packed crowd have witnessed. Nerveless clearance to get Luca BRECEL back in proceedings, and then this response from Martin Gould. Terrific stuff. They've saved the best till last this afternoon.
Foul. Martin Gould, 104.
Terrific break of 104 to end what was, in the end, a glittering session of snooker. It took a while to get off the ground, but my goodness, when it did, it was fun to watch. Luca BRECEL with that superb clearance of 59, but Martin Gould showing his mettle with 104, and he has the edge going into the finale this evening. What a session we've got in store. Martin Gould 5, Luca BRECEL 3. Gould needs 4 more frames to be crowned German Masters champion, but BRECEL is by no means out of this. It's going to be terrific. Don't miss a ball.
Me and Neil watching on with interest. It's kind of seesawed a little bit, but Martin Gould just getting on top now, Ronnie.
Yeah, he deserves his lead. Luca come out all guns blazing, put Martin under a lot of pressure. Martin started missing balls because of the pressure. But once the errors started to creep into Luca's game, I think Martin realised with his experience that as long as he stayed a bit calm and relaxed, his chances would come. He started to score well, and just much more efficient player, basically. And he's just sitting there, allowing him to unload and going, well, I know you're going to leave me in at some point and I'm going to make 80. And that's the confidence that he has within his game that I don't think Luca has within his game. Luca's a much more explosive player, but it's very inconsistent.
I should think the BRECEL supporters get a bit frustrated at times with the mistakes made, but then you see in that penultimate frame that brilliant clearance and you know what's in the locker, Jimmy.
Yeah, it was a fantastic fantastic clearance. This is Martin trying to get out the snooker there. He leaves this red, and Luca BRECEL has lost all his cue in here. You know, he's missed that by a foot, you know. And this is the shot where Gould got the wrong side of the blue, end up hitting the cannon, the yellow, which he shouldn't have done, and Luca done a fantastic dish.
Yeah, yeah. Neil, I think you felt he didn't actually have to take on that in and out of bulk blue, did you?
No, he could have played something else, but this is brilliant stuff, and he took low-value colours. That was a great clearance. The match sprung into life. You can see what it meant to him. Even though he eventually lost the session 5-3, that frame still is significant because he'd have been 6-2 the way it was going. The match really sprung into life in the last 2 or 3 frames. I think the first part, as Ronnie said, both players hadn't quite settled. It's a long game. You can't see the winning line, but all of a sudden, we're really looking forward to tonight more than ever now because both players played to the level that have got them into this final. It was a great end to the session. It's terrific from both players.
It was high quality. Obviously, Gould then responded with that century in the last frame and thus presumably walks off much the happier.
Yeah, he'll be over the moon with his lead at 5-3. But if you look here at Luca, again,
the long
massive ridging overhanging, missed this by a mile. And it's not, you don't mind missing the red, but you get a good white. But he didn't even get a good white, which allows your opponent control. And Martin's banging these long ones in for fun. Great shot, opening the reds up, keeping the white in the middle of the table. On for the highest break. Just quite didn't hit that black hard enough. But, you know, he's like on the autobahns doing 150 mile an hour the whole way. Where Luca's like 200 mile an hour, but he's running out of gas and he's got to fill up. But the Bentley just keeps cruising along. And if that's a kind of analogy of the game, really.
Yeah, no, it's well put, dare I say. What does Luca do, Jimmy? Does he slow down if he can?
I think it's a fair scoreline. I think Martin's played the better. But Luca did have Martin in all sorts of trouble the first 2 games, and he sort of let him off, and he's let him run away with it a little bit. But 5-3, he's still in the game. If he can come out tonight, at least 1 each at the start, he's got a chance. First 2 frames are really important. But he can win. He's just got to rein it in a bit.
Of course, neither has been actually over the line in a ranking tournament. They've made that point today and in previous days. So whether Martin, in smelling victory, will get a bit tighter, Neil?
Well, to his credit, that 8th frame there, because of what happened the frame before, you know, Martin had said, right, OK, you've rattled my cage now. This is what I can do. And I think he just stamped a little bit of authority on the match by winning that frame, having been disappointed at the frame before. So he's told Luca, hang on, I'm not frightened to beat you. You play better, I'll play better. And that's what we've seen.
Well, that's what we're hoping for, isn't it, this evening? We're hoping that, that it obviously brings out the best in both players. Nicely poised at 5 frames to 3 to Martin Gould. Do come back at 6:45 here on 2 for the final frames of this German Masters final. Gould with his nose in front, but BRECEL still in the battle. See you later.
Gould, he needs 4 frames. Luca BRECEL needs a good start, clearly. 4 frames to play before the interval. Certainly needs to win 2 of them to stay in touch.
Thank you. It's frame 9. Martin Gould to break.
So Martin Gould gets the final session of the German Masters final underway. He leads 5-3. Neither player, of course, has won a full ranking event. You can guarantee there'll be nerves, there'll be excitement. There'll be drama ahead, I'm sure. Joe Johnson's going to enjoy it alongside me.
Yes, you bet you. He stayed in touch, Luca BRECEL, by getting that great clearance in the 7th frame. Made a lovely 59 break. And then Martin Gould finished up with 104, so it's all started off, all finished off, should I say. Good stuff. Yes, the loose safety from Luca BRECEL. And Martin Gould. Well, that's a good shot. He draws first blood.
He's a naturally confident character, Gould, but what a night for him. It's his 3rd ranking final.
6.
The first of them he lost to Sean Murphy, the second to John Higgins, so he wouldn't have been favourite in either of those. He would have been favourite today, and he will be now at 5-3, and there's a pressure that comes with that. But he's played well this week. He's had some good wins, not least Judd Trump in the quarterfinals. It's all about belief, Joe, isn't it, and staying positive.
Yes, and as you say, because he's favourite, it carries its own responsibility and its own pressure.
7.
He's expected to win, but he's up against a very talented player, Luca BRECEL.
The start is important, clearly. 4 frames before the interval. If Gould could win the mini-session 3-1, he'd be in a very commanding position. This is the thing with these longer matches, isn't it? We see it at the World Championship. They become matches within matches.
Yes, it gives you, well, it gives you a chance to pull back a bad session. Although you can't really say it's a bad session for Luca BRECEL, 5-3. But as you say, he does need a good start. But it's Martin Gould who's at the table.
Well, this time last year, Sean Murphy was 5-3 up to Mark Selby coming into the final session. In fact, he had led 5-2. Selby went on to win 9-7. So pink and black tied up.
13.
Yes, he might decide to go into the reds here with the pink and black tied up. He could play for the loose ones, but he could bring the pink and black into play. The good bust, just making sure there's no reds planted towards the pocket. Well, I'm not sure if he did play to go into them at that speed. I've tried to miss them. So just the safety.
Well, that's handy. He holds his hand up. I'm not surprised. He got lucky there with a little flick to send the cue ball in behind the yellow, because other than that, he would have left a long red on.
Yes, had he caught the brown full ball, he would have done. Good escape, though.
Yes, it's great to see Luca BRECEL in a final. He seems to have been around a long time. He's not 21 till next month, so he's still a young man. He's about the same age that Mark Williams was when he won his first ranking title.
Well, he took the risk with that last safety shot, coming around the 3 angles. And he's left a possible red to the left corner, but it's a tough shot. Could play for the black. Good pot. And he's on the black. So, second opportunity for Martin Gould.
Is this the night that Martin Gould finally arrives as a top player? He's been threatening to do so for a number of years. He's won a few smaller events, but this would be, of course, a career high.
And just a little shorter pace there. Wanted to be straight on this red.
8. Nine. 15. Sixteen.
Could have done with just pulling that cue ball back a little further. He's not
22.
ideal on this red. Having to use the rest. Nicely played.
23.
There were shocks in this tournament even before we got to Germany. We had some big hitters get knocked out at Wigan, which you'll be aware is not a German city, but that's where the qualifiers were. 2 rounds there just before Christmas. Ronnie O'Sullivan, Neil Robertson, Ding Junhui, John Higgins were among the big-name casualties, and shocks kept on coming. Judd Trump was the only top 16 player in the quarterfinals, and of course he was beaten by the man at the table. In fact, there's not been a ranking final this season that's featured 2 top 16 players. The last one to do so was the World Championship final at the end of last season. That was Stuart Bingham and Sean Murphy, of course. Just shows that with so much snooker being played, there are a lot of players playing well, regardless of where they're ranked.
Yes, and got the belief that they can do well now.
29.
It's a good start, this, from Martin Gould. Knocked in a good long red, played for the black.
35. $36.
He's getting there. Another pink off of this red.
42.
No need to disturb the black. Well, can he see enough of it? From that camera angle, looks like he'd come just a little bit too far. Has got the red to the middle, but that's a little bit more difficult. Nicely played. And just the pink required.
Yes, and crucially, he's kept Luca BRECEL cold. The Belgian wanted to make a good start, but he's been in his seat for most of this frame. And the danger is that Martin Gould could pull away tonight and win comfortably. That's what this man is fearing.
$49.
Just needs to make sure that there's no playing on for snookers.
$50. $56. 62.
For those of you just joining us on Eurosport International, Martin Gould is about to go 6-3 up here in the final. He's on a break of 62. It's a very good break as well, because he's kept Luca BRECEL in his chair. Remember, 9 frames are required to become champion, so he only needs 3 more now. Next couple, absolutely critical for the Belgian.
Yeah, something else that's important. As you mentioned earlier, he's kept BRECEL
71.
sat in his chair. He'd have liked to have potted a few balls just to get the feel of the table and the atmosphere, but doesn't look like he's going to get a chance. Great start this from Martin Gould. Lots of left-hand side on the cue ball to try and bring it round for the red.
77.
He made a century in the last frame of the afternoon, 104. The highest break of the tournament is still only 125, Judd Trump. And if that stands, it would be the lowest highest break, if you see what I mean, since in a ranking event since the 2000 China Open. The highest break in the final stages there was 121 by Stephen Hendry. So Trump, I'm sure, an interested spectator this evening. The high break prize €4,000. Buy a nice pair of shoes with that.
Just about.
Seems odd we haven't had a higher break, but it's been a strange sort of tournament in many ways, unpredictable.
Well, looks like this crowd's going to see another century. That's 2 on the bounce.
85.
Yes, the final started a little nervously, it's got to be said. But Gould, when he won that second frame on the black, did settle in and got better and better, I think, as the afternoon went on. And what a fantastic start for him tonight.
88. $92.
So this pink then
97.
for back-to-back centuries in the final. Exactly the start he was looking for. Martin Gould taking control now of this German Masters final. He's cleared up with 110, his second straight century in the match, and he only needs 3 more frames to become champion. Terrific start for the Londoner. He leads Luca BRECEL here in Berlin by 6 frames to 3. Now on Luca BRECEL.
Thank you. It's frame number 10.
His
Luca
highest break
break
was in the first frame of the day, 68. And although neither players won a ranking title, of course, Gould's been in 2 finals, and he very nearly won the second of them, of course, at the start of the season in Australia against John Higgins, lost out 9-8. So he has experience of playing in these big matches. It's all a little new to Luca.
Little kiss on the brown there has left a chance at this long red to the corner. But as David said, he's under pressure with these shots now. Unfortunately, he got the cue ball back towards the back end of the table. Well, he's pushed the red over the corner and he's got the kiss on the brown. He's left it on. Now, what kind of an angle does he have on the red? Can he play it with a lot of topspin and try and get that cue ball back down towards the blue? Looks like he's playing it with a lot of screw back. It wasn't easy. At that pace, with all the bottom on the cue ball, it wasn't easy. It's one he should have got, but he was trying to do so much with the cue ball. And the good part on his side of things is that he hasn't left anything easy. A little fortunate there. Could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot better as well. Feeling the sort of pressure he's never really felt before in a snooker match. And again, that wasn't the best of shots, albeit he was in a rather difficult spot.
Yeah, just caught it a little bit too thick. And the red, that's on to the right corner. Well, the cue ball looks to be going into the reds. It's going to have to get this one. Good pot. Played it with left-hand side on the cue ball to avoid the reds.
It's a big evening for these two. It's a big evening for our referee as well. Mikey Kessler.
3.
On home soil, she got a great ovation when she was introduced, and I'm sure she's enjoying it. And the best tribute you can pay to referees is that you don't really notice them. They're just there in the background. She's done a very professional job. And Martin Gould is starting to do a bit of a job here on Luca BRECEL.
Yes, anxious times there for that young man. But it's down to Martin Gould, this frame now. The reds is nicely spread. Wanted to be straight on this red, so he could come back round for the black. The black doesn't go to the right corner. So just complicated things a little bit. We have to play for the blue or the pink. Well, he tried to hold for the blue, and unless it goes through the gap of all them balls, which it doesn't, he would have been very fortunate. Thought he might have screwed up for one of the ball colours there, guaranteed to have been on a colour. Decisions now. Does he take the green on? Or keep BRECEL under pressure?
ball.
Well, usually when Gould takes time to decide on a shot, it means he's going to go for a pot. That's what he's doing. Caught the brown, though.
Very unfortunate. Took the risk. Deserved better.
15.
He didn't play that. He's held his hands up. Played the safety with all that right-hand side on the cue ball. He did fluke a red in the third frame. Went for it in that same pocket, the right-hand corner, and it went in the left-hand corner. And it was very important.
Martin Gould, 16.
Again, this is a big shot he's taking on. Well, you can't fault his bravery. That was, again, a terrific shot. And he's finished absolutely perfect on the brown to come back down for the reds.
Well, it's a good sign, I think, for Gould supporters. He's trying to win the final. He's not worried about possibly losing it and comebacks and so on. He's trying to get in and kill it off as ruthlessly as he can. And that's what the great players do.
Yes. Sorry, David. I was just about to say that when you go for those long reds, it's okay if you get them, you find the gap between all the balls, but if you miss the pot, then the cue ball doesn't go where you intend it, and he could so easily have gone into the reds had he missed the pot. So full marks for taking that one on.
6.
I was just thinking that one of the factors here, though, is going to be just controlling the excitement as he gets closer to the winning line. Now, you've been in that position in the biggest tournament of them all, at the World Championship. Nerves are inevitable, aren't they?
It gets hairy, without a doubt. It gets hairy. And you've just got to try and enjoy this situation. And I'm sure that he is enjoying it at the moment. And if he can get a 3-frame lead, he may be able to relax a little.
11.
Though the way he's playing at the moment, I don't think he needs to relax. He's playing on that adrenaline and playing so well with it. It's within his grasp now, this game. It's got the black on its spot. He'd like to take the red to the right of the black, but it's hard to play for that red. Needs to be top side of this red to be able to get back to the black again.
19.
Just right.
20.
Well, he's considering playing into the reds. He's got the insurance of that red closest to the left corner. Just giving them a little nudge. At the moment, they don't go. Not quite thick enough. Had he caught them thicker, as we look at it again, He'll have been on choice of reds. A little bit of hope there for Luca BRECEL. Again, this is difficult to find the gap between the black and the reds and get the pot. They look easy on television.
28.
But that's not ideal. He's on the pink, but not easy to get to the next red. The blue, well, just too difficult. A couple of ways of playing this. You could play it with a lot of right-hand side on the cue ball. Makes the pink missable all round, in and out of balk. But he's looking at the blue, screwing back for that red to the right of the black spot. And the one below the pink. It wasn't easy. He doesn't want... Well, look at that. He was in perfect position there for that red at the back of the pack into the right corner. And the blue came down the table and kissed the cue ball.
He's getting a few little bits of luck at vital moments. And it all helps. It all adds up.
Well, that was massive, that.
Tense times. 6-3 to Gould, 44-0 to Gould in this frame. Luca BRECEL yet to pot a ball this evening.
And that was a good safety. Just caught the red. As you like.
BRECEL hasn't potted a ball in the match for 43 minutes, in fact. Audience here, I'm sure, are hoping for a close final. They paid their money, they'd like to see it go to the wire, but the next couple of frames are going to tell us a lot, I think.
Again, I think he's eyeing this red up, taking it on. He is. Another big shot for Gould. And another great shot. Well, you can't deny him taking those kind of reds on. You can't deny him having the run. You know what they say, fortune favours the brave. He's certainly being brave at the moment.
No, and you don't win snooker matches purely by bits of luck. You need the skill as well. My word, he has that. A fearsome long potter, Martin Gould. He's 71% on long potting for the match.
Oh, I thought he'd missed it. I thought he'd missed that one. He was dull of the pocket. And again, he's not ideal on this red. Cue ball's going into the black. He'd like to kiss the black towards the pocket. Just got to get the stun right on the cue ball. Well, he did. And he can't see the black.
5.
The pink Very dangerous to take on. So is the yellow. He could push the pink to the cushion, leave the cue ball in the jaws of the green pocket. He could put the yellow safe.
Pink ball. Martin Gould 5.
And just caught it a little thick. He's brought it off the cushion. Left a half chance.
That's the point, though, isn't it? You know, BRECEL, he's not getting clear-cut chances. $49-0, 59 on.
Nothing safe.
Yes, he made a great clearance to win the 7th frame, BRECEL, but it's just getting that initial chance to do the same.
Good safety. Excellent shot. Just coming down the table to have a look and see if one of the reds goes into that right corner. If it drops the cue ball on the cushion. Can't see enough of it to pot it. And he's caught that much too hard. It's coming back down. He could be fortunate. Look at this. Look at this. I don't think it's a snooker, but he's got away with it.
Probably about time he had a touch.
Yes, that red doesn't go. Great shot. What a great... I didn't think that red was cutting it. Well, that's surely one in this 10th frame.
Incredible. Black and BRECEL needs 2 snookers. He's a man on a mission here, Martin Gould. I just wonder if he can keep up knocking great balls in, because that's what he's doing at the moment. There's another one. Yes, I think the only, well, there's 2 dangers. One is Luca BRECEL, obviously. The other is just getting overexcited, because when you're playing this well and the title is within your grasp, it's inevitable, I think, that the adrenaline's going to start pumping. But he's here clearly to win, and to win as comfortably as he can. And he's won this frame. And he's only 2 away from getting his hands on the trophy. Luca BRECEL in big, big trouble. He just can't get in this evening. Get a break going, get involved in the final. Martin Gould then looking very good indeed. He's won the last 3 frames. And he only needs 2 more to win. He leads Luca BRECEL now in Berlin by 7 frames to 3. Welcome back to Berlin. What a lovely city it is, and of course an historic one as well. We're just a short walk from some of the major sites here: Checkpoint Charlie, the Reichstag, Brandenburg Gate, and what's left of the Berlin Wall. And here inside the Tempodrome.
Thank you.
It's going to be a historic night, whoever wins.
It's frame 11.
First big title for one of these two. At the moment, it's looking like Martin Gould, who, as we saw, knocking in all those terrific long pots, has got himself 7-3 up. He's also, though, managing to keep BRECEL out, which is also important.
Contemplating taking the red to the right corner, but it looks like the cue ball's going into the black. So may play the safety. He wants to stay attacking, but he doesn't want to go too silly. He's pushed one over the corner. Can BRECEL see it? I don't think he can. There's confirmation.
50 minutes now since he potted a ball in this match.
Oh, so close. Well, BRECEL's turn to have a little bit of luck.
Well, flukes can be very important. I wonder how significant this one will be, because he was leaving pots on there, but it went in the opposite corner.
Actually, he hadn't left anything easy, had he, David? He played a good cue ball there.
No, but Gould's been knocking all sorts in this evening.
Well, he has.
So we'll never know, but what we do know is he's in now, and it's up to Luca BRECEL to try and get involved in this final session.
Black's available to both pockets. Just run a little too far for the red, the easy red to the left corner.
Luca BRECEL 6.
And you can't afford to miss those.
No, we're at that point in the final where they've got to go in.
It was the shot previous. Just overrun on the blue. So Martin Gould, and with another chance. Played it with a lot of left-hand side on the cue ball, but because he potted the blue badly, the cue ball's not where he intended. He's left himself a real nasty one here to the left corner. Wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, but neither is this one. The red next to the black, I think, will go to that same pocket. So he didn't pay the price, and you can tell that the crowd are trying to zoom on.
He's getting good support, the young man. And you can guarantee there'll be many, many people watching back in Belgium as well, hoping that this final is going to turn round. Of course, the beauty of the longer matches is that there is time for that to happen. We've seen it many times.
Yes, you've got to stay focused, though, and still believe that you can win from a long way back. The great players can. Is he going to become one of the great players? I'm not so sure about that shot. Anywhere over the left side of the table would have been guaranteed to be on that red nearest the pocket. Yes, he's missed the red and he's left an easy plant. But it was the shot previous. Well, he got a second kiss there on the red, which took the cue ball closer to the cushion. Big decision. That's a very good pot from Martin Gould. But is he on the red? He deserves to be.
8.
Nothing wrong with his bottle. But there's nothing there, nothing easy. He's looking at playing one red onto another. But this is very difficult. Lots of distance between the balls. Again, well played. That had to go on, otherwise he was leaving the game on.
It's one of those, isn't it? You know, if he misses that, people say, what are you doing, Martin? But he didn't miss it. And this is how he's played tonight. He's really taken the match by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, this is a massive frame, isn't it? Because if he can get to 8, he's going to have quite a few chances.
Is time running out for this man?
Two reds to the left of the pink. He may be able to play onto those two. Well played into the reds. And it could have been easier, this. It's going to need the spider.
24.
He takes the red to the middle. He's playing so confidently. Again, he could play the cannon to those 4 reds, just next to the pink. He'd be on the 2 reds to the right corner.
Very impressed with Martin Gould tonight. You know, if you didn't know that he hadn't won a ranking title, I don't think you'd think that. I think you'd think he'd won 4 or 5.
Didn't quite have the angle to play the shot I suggested. I thought he did, looking at it,
32.
but I saw the different picture.
Yes, he's striding around the table like one of the great champions, like a Stephen Hendry or a Ronnie O'Sullivan, looking to quickly kill off a final. Very impressive. Just got to keep going. That's a kick, and that is a horrible kick at that.
A massive
33.
kick.
Well, that's what can happen, the unexpected. He was going along so well. Not his fault. Horrible to happen.
And could almost certainly have cost him this frame. If he does lose it, he'll look back to that.
Yes, and he's been so positive and so confident, but we know in this game sometimes it can only take just one little setback and the doubt starts to creep in and can change the whole psychology of the match. Rotten luck, that.
Pink ball.
Can he see enough of it to pot it? Looks like he could. As he played for the red as well.
Martin
Wow.
Gould, 33.
Well, this is another chance for Luca BRECEL.
Well, he's running out of chances, and he knows it. But he also knows that if he can win this frame, it's inevitable Gould is going to dwell on the kick.
8. Nine.
Would have liked to have been straighter on this red.
16.
But once he does pot it, if he pots it, it releases the other two.
Twenty-two.
Well, he's getting applause for every shot he plays at the moment. Trying to give him all the encouragement.
$30.
The first test. And he's passed it. He's still got that red by the ball line. Now maybe play for the blue this time round.
38.
Unless he hasn't quite got the angle. Martin Gould. Well, he didn't have to take the pink on, but even if he did, didn't have to play position. He must have felt he was going to pot it, but so unfortunate to have got that kick. He would have been on an easy black. He's a little heavy. Wanted to go straight behind this red.
26.
This is now a difficult pot.
Well, it's a huge pot. It's a huge, huge pot in this final, in his career, for that matter. Because if he's going to win this match, he's got to win this frame, and you feel he's got to win it here.
Yeah, that's a great pot. That's a great pot. And if he can win this frame, how will Martin Gould react? Because he knows that kick has cost him.
What a cracking pot. The pink and the yellow will be enough.
Didn't play that as well as he could.
53.
Well, I wonder if we have seen a turning point in this final. Martin Gould was flowing around the table, looked like he owned the Tempodrome the way he was playing, but that kick, not his fault, very unlucky, that kick gave BRECEL this chance. Hasn't potted the green, so it's one snooker needed, otherwise it's 7-4.
Luca BRECEL, 55.
Real dashing break, though, wasn't it? It made in no time at all, really, that 55.
And there was a couple of good pressure shots there as well. Caught it much too thick. Only chance to put this frame to bed, because it's not safe as yet.
Hold on, where's the white going? Oh, my word.
Yes, that could have been devastating, couldn't it?
Well, having done all the hard work. The in-off, of course, Gould could have won. That woke a few people up in Belgium.
Caught it too thick again.
Oh dear, well that eases the pressure on Luca BRECEL. 2 snookers now, chance to pop the green.
4.
Well, it may be in a couple of hours we're looking back on that kick as a decisive moment. We'll see. Gould's still in a very strong position, but as I say, in his mind now, in his mind a little bit of doubt will be creeping in, I'm sure, a little bit of frustration at what happened. BRECEL has snookered himself, but it should be okay. And Gould, I think, well, he is coming back, but it's 3 snookers.
Yes, I think it's wise of him to play on just to clear his mind. Just have a few shots and try and forget about that kick.
Well, what he can tell himself is it wasn't his fault. It's not like he missed the black off the spot or anything. He was unlucky. So he can't beat himself up about it. Well, no doubt now, the frame is going to Luca BRECEL. A really interesting frame, possibly a very significant one. Certainly if he's going to win the title. It started here. It started with the kick Martin Gould had.
Luca BRECEL 4.
BRECEL made a very fine 55, and he's won his first frame of the night. Dramatic stuff here at the Tempodrome. The crowd loving this one. This final has just got a little bit closer. And one more frame to come before the interval. It's Martin Gould who leads Luca BRECEL. 7. So 7-4, one more frame to come before the mid-session interval. Luca BRECEL, well, that was the kick as we come back. That was the kick Gould got. Luca BRECEL made that 55. Excellent break it was too. But of course, but for the kick, he may not have got the chance.
Luca BRECEL to break.
Luca BRECEL discovered Q Sports on a family holiday. He saw some people playing pool. He was sort of fascinated, although he didn't know how to play, didn't know how to hold the cue. He held it like a spear at first, but eventually, of course, learnt how to play. And my word, what an exciting young player he is. As Gould lines up another long one.
Well, they were going in. And as David said, could be a turning point. Had that gone in, they have all been forgotten. Caught that middle pocket bump and he's left an easy starter. Well, didn't play it as well as he could have done. Just finished a little straight on the blue.
Six. Seven.
Nice little stun run through for the black.
$14. $15.
Now, if you can play for this red just above the black and leave the cue ball short so that he can pop the red and open the reds up. Has he come too far to open the reds?
22.
Is he a little straight? No, you can get to them. Might be able to knock one or two out. Oh, well,
23.
Looks like he got a little kick there as well. Caught the cannon too thick.
Yellow ball. Foul. Luca BRECEL, 23. Martin Gould, 4. And miss.
Well, he can afford to play the yellow again. And then he would be warned because he can see the black full ball.
Yellow ball.
I'm surprised he played that because he could have just skimmed off the black and left it safe. Another chance at a long red here. Good pot. Good pot. Now, where's it going to finish? Oh, that's unfortunate. Great pot. Deserved better than this.
Well, first couple of frames, he was getting the little bits of luck, wasn't he? But in a long match, things can turn. They certainly did in the last frame when he got the kick.
Blue ball.
And again here, And this is where
Martin Gould won.
mental strength is so important in snooker. We know it's, of course, all about skill as well on the table, but they've all got that. They're top professionals. It's dealing with adversity, keeping your mind calm. Not easy. Very difficult, in fact. I've seen so many really good players crack up in various tournaments.
I think everybody has at some stage, David. Every single snooker player. All done it. So close.
This is why longer matches are the best matches, because there's so much time for the drama to shift one way and another. Gould looked unbeatable about 10 minutes ago, didn't he? Until that kick.
A man full of confidence on a mission. Still got a 3-frame lead. Oh, he's missed the red. He missed the red he played on. And again, this could have been worse. Red to the middle, very difficult. Acute angle. Now, is he going to be fortunate? Can he see this red? There's the answer. Can't see enough of it to pot it. Has a red to the baulk corner, into the green pocket. Also has a red to the yellow pocket. This has to go in. Otherwise he's leaving the other red on. And another brave shot. Had to get that one.
Well, this is one of the pots of the final. Not just the skill level, but after everything that's happened to him, fantastic.
Oh, it's a very brave shot to take on.
6.
He's been sat in his chair and been 7-5. It's got a chance now.
Seven.
Well, for sure he'd have taken 8-4 at the interval at the start of the night, coming out 5-3 up.
You'd like to get rid of that red closest to the right corner pocket, the one stopping the black going in there. Well, it turned out okay, but I don't think he played for that red. I think he played the bounce off the cushion for the red by the black spot. And now he's taken the red
13.
away from the black spot. Black will be free to go back on its own spot, but he's finished straight on the blue. Slightly the wrong side.
18.
Scores level. Well, is the pressure beginning to get to him a little?
18.
It wasn't too difficult. This is a little bit of trouble for Martin Gould. No easy path back to baulk. May have to take the red on if it goes past the pink. Now where's it going to finish? Well, he's left it on. Not an easy pot. Full marks for taking it on.
Well, first 2 frames of the night, he just couldn't get in. Literally didn't pot a ball. And looked to be a similar pattern in the third, but he made that good 55, and he's in again here.
Choice of brown or black.
Black ball.
He potted the black a little bit too thick, hence the cue ball didn't come back far enough down the table. And he's left himself a tricky one here. Wasn't easy. Poor positional shot from black to red.
Yes, there's enough pressure without leaving yourself pressure balls, which that was. But they're both feeling it, understandably. And they both know what a big frame this is. The last before the interval, 8-4, Martin Gould, massive favourite, 7-5, having been 7-3 up. It'll be an uncomfortable 15 minutes, I think, for him.
Yeah, I think you're right there. But this is a great chance. Scores all level, so he's going to need
8.
That difficult red on the right side cushion.
Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen.
Well, there was a bit of adrenaline in that shot. I'm pretty sure he played for the blue. He may have got a big bounce, but it looked a little hard as it was going to the cushion. But it certainly sprung off that cushion. The shot previous, when he potted the black, didn't come far enough for the red. That's why he had to go down for the blue. Had to play for the reds to the middle.
22. $23.
So 22
30.
points the difference. The red and the black here. He'd only need the red, so he could drop the red in down the cushion if he could get in behind it. Got to leave an angle on the black to get to the red.
31.
And that looks just about right. So this is all about speed. He needs to try and leave that cue ball dead on the cushion. Oh, he didn't want the kiss. Wanted to slide past the pink.
Just had to get on it. But he's not on it.
So Luca BRECEL not out of this game yet.
Martin Gould, 38.
Well, now this is such an important little passage of play. 30 in it. Gould only needs the red, but he's not there yet. 8-4 or 7-5 going to the interval. The whole psychological balance of the match could be decided by the next few minutes.
He tried to play him behind the red. And he's got fortunate. Could have left that right over the pocket. Trying to hit the red from behind. With a wry smile. Well, doesn't want to move the pink. That's in a good spot. One good pot here.
Well, just as he was about to play the red, there was just some noise in the crowd, which does not help. He's got to resettle himself. Well, we'll never know if he'd have potted it, but as I say, it didn't help.
He's got second prize. He's got it safe. Could have gone anywhere. And again, he didn't want the kiss, but he'll be pleased to see that blue go towards the cushion. Considering taking the red onto the corner. Well, he's got the red safe, but this is such an easy safety shot to put the red in behind the black and possibly get the cue ball dead on the cushion behind the brown. And decided to have a go at the double, and I'm not sure about that one. He's left the red on. The double wasn't quite on. He doesn't want the kiss. He didn't want the kiss.
He needs a colour. 29 behind. Something's got to go in.
Luca BRECEL 1.
Well, that was all or nothing.
It's been a very edgy frame of snooker. But Martin Gould, surely if he can pot this, he's going to be 8-4 up. And as I say, he would have taken that, wouldn't he, at the start of the night, coming out 5-3. OK, he had that kick in the 11th frame, which opened the door for BRECEL, but overall, Martin Gould must be delighted. Two snookers needed.
Martin Gould 2.
Well, he's potted a lot of great long balls tonight, and Luca BRECEL has nodded his head to concede. Big frame that. He did have a lot of chances, you've got to say, but it's Martin Gould who wins it, and it's Martin Gould who heads off to the mid-session interval, needing just one more frame to become German Masters champion. So it's the Londoner on top here, needing just one more for victory, leading Luca BRECEL at the Tempodrome by 8 frames to 4.
Well, it's not quite done, but it nearly is. Just a frame away now, Martin Gould. And Luca BRECEL, maybe over the course of this final, will count the cost of some mistakes that leave him trailing by such a distance. Neil Foulds, is it all but done and dusted, you feel?
I do think that. I mean, obviously, Martin's still got to get that last frame, and matches have eluded him before, but he's been the best player today. I mean, the scoreline is fair. He started off tentatively, but he cued beautifully tonight. The first 2 frames, you know, he's 5-3 up. It could go a little bit the other way tonight if Luca came out positively, but there's only one guy that came out all guns blazing, and it was Martin. The first couple of frames, he was absolutely sublime, and you know, Luca went 3 frames without potting a ball, and the last of the afternoon, the first 2 tonight. So he's good for the lead, and you know, if he wins his title, they're all credit.
Yeah, you made a good point while we were watching that. Because perhaps he's young and enthusiastic in lots of ways, he doesn't get down on himself when he makes the mistakes that cost him, actually, Luca, which a lot of players would.
Yeah, no, I think that's just his personality, really, that he doesn't get down. He just enjoys playing. He enjoys playing whether he's playing well or not. He has a natural love for the game, and that's a great attitude to have, because it can be a very frustrating game. If you get down on yourself, you start to beat yourself up. But he hasn't done that out there tonight. He's really enjoyed it. He's trying to compete. He isn't competing well enough to win the match, but you know, it's a great experience for him, you know, and he'll learn from this.
I'm sure. And we have seen, not even glimpses, we've seen frames of where the talent has shone, for even frame 11 tonight, where he's done enough. Jim, off a mistake.
Yeah, well, Gould got a kick there, and he misses this pink, which is not an easy pink. And then Luca plays as, you know, as though it's 0-0 at the start. This is a very good shot with the rest.
He watched your masterclass, I think.
Yeah. And then Gould misses the snooker. But I just think that Lucas, for him to have any chance of this match, he really has got to start scoring now. You know, he still play his own game. He has no other game at the moment. He get that with experience. But they've got to go in now, and he's got to string 2 or 3 big breaks together if you have any chance.
Yeah, and that last frame before the mid-session interval maybe has summed up just where he's come up a bit short, taking on shots that perhaps he shouldn't, or looking for too much position out of a pot nail at times.
Yeah, I mean, he had to win this frame, and there were chances for him to do so. Here, that was a very poor shot from Martin to stick that red when he played it as a shot to nothing. He got a bit unlucky here, I think. I know Ronnie doesn't think it's a very good shot, but he could have easily had a nudge that got him on a ball easier. He couldn't play the yellow because he could only tie, and he took that a little bit quickly. I thought he overhit it, and he rushed it a bit, and it was a shot that needed to be composed, and for him to be composed on. And that was his possible little hope there. 7-5, the match is very much still alive. 8-4, you feel it isn't really.
There was an interesting little debate in the studio whilst we watched. There was a long plant in that session. We'll have a little look at it. And you thought this was pretty tough, Ronnie?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty tough because it's sort of like such a big gap between the 2 balls, and you have to be so accurate with that. And but Jimmy thinks it's really easy, so we're going to have a little. We're going to try it out.
Recreation, reconstruction.
He was 7-3 up there. Luca was in Shredsville. Don't forget that.
Yeah, Shredsville. And
are you going to tell me you refuse this plant?
Never.
Don't know. You can't refuse it now because it's.
No pressure on.
There's a bit of a gap. Yeah.
Never in doubt.
Never in doubt. Also, he might not have had a safety shot. You know, the other red over the hole.
Yeah, I think it's a type of shot, though. If you're cueing well, you fancy that shot. And he's obviously cueing well, so...
7-3 up.
You see that, you know. But if you're not cueing well and you don't hit that first red right, you know, you can look a bit stupid,
What's that
can't
now?
you?
You're playing it now, aren't you? Okay. No pressure at all.
It's quiet, please. Is that it there?
No pressure at all. Still laughing.
Oh, the screw back for the pig.
No, no one's laughing now. Well done, well done.
Someone put my cue away.
Yeah, the thing is, that's all very well, but his hand was on the cushion.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Oh, should we do them again?
I think, Jimmy, you better have just another go at that.
You spotted that, you're right. He actually was cueing from the rail, so
it's a shot. He probably never had a safety shot, but it is a confident shot and a big lead shot. And Mr. O'Sullivan would have definitely played it. I've never seen him refuse any of them.
What I think it does is sum up his attitude this week, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's potted so many balls where, like, you know, red's here. You know, around about this area, and the white, you know, somewhere down here. And he's been knocking these in, coming round the back for the blue and bolt colours. And when you're potting them consistently, it kind of puts a dent in you. You think, oh, you know, because they're not easy pots. And,
it's like landing little punches on the opponent, eh?
Well, they're like shots for nothing if they're either in or close. You know, you've really got to cue the shot, and he cued about 3 or 4, didn't he?
Yeah, he's cued 3 or 4 of them in, and not only that, when he gets them, he's making 50, 60. I mean, you don't mind your opponent getting them if he breaks down on 20 because you think he didn't hurt me, but he's been knocking a few, like Neil said, he went 3 frames without potting a ball, and that's... You start to get cold out there, and you start to lose your rhythm, and it's hard.
It's not far away, I'm afraid. Martin Gould, well, I say afraid, he's delighted. He's been the best player, really, this week, and he's only a frame away from a first-ranking tournament win. Stay with us. Martin Gould made a century, actually, in this final, but there's not been a huge amount of heavy scoring in this tournament. I think 125 from Judd Trump's the highest break, which is the lowest for quite a while. Is there a reason you can put your finger on for that?
The matches in the snooker that I've seen this week, the snooker standard hasn't been brilliant. I think Martin Gould has been the standout player. I think Judd Trump obviously had some good matches earlier on, and maybe some tables can play are not as easy to score on. And maybe that table out there could be one of them where it's, you know, it plays a bit hard and it's hard to kind of keep the white ball under control. So, and like you say, coming from the outside table to the inside table, you know, different conditions all the time, you know, so it's
all factors, and the fact that you're too modest to say it, but you, Neil, obviously, and 1 or 2 others, Ding and John Higgins, all didn't qualify, so that's a factor. It's got to be.
Yeah, we're all kind of heavy scoring players as well, and so yeah, to not have us 4 in the event would have probably, you know, has been a contribution to why probably wasn't some massive breaks.
Yeah. It does, though, I think, from a distance that I have, it freshens things up a little bit. We've seen some new names emerge this week. Going to get a new winner, obviously. Non-top 16 players in the semi-finals, Jimmy. I think that's healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good for the game, you know. And Luca BRECEL, if he loses this final, you know, he's got to hold his head up high and be very proud of his achievement. He's got to final of a ranking tournament 20 years of age, so he can only go from better things. But there was a lot of kicks on the outside tables and on the match table. I think that's contributed to not being many high breaks.
Yeah, I know it's a topic you like to return to. You get bored of talking about kicks because it is what it is.
20 years we've been speaking about it and we still don't really know the rights and wrongs of it. And sometimes people say, oh, you're commentating on the match and you say, oh, there was a kick all the time. But we don't want to talk about them. It bores everybody to speak about them, but they happen. And they've played a part in it this week. Not today, not on the scoreline so far, though.
No.
The scoreline is right.
And as it stands, as a young player, obviously at this point, with only a frame needed by Martin, he's got no other choice. But he actually at the moment doesn't have a kind of B game, a go-to defensive plan, does he, Luca? It's just, not there yet.
No, he's all in. He plays one way, and I think that's why he doesn't always win. You know, we've seen him lose a couple of years in qualifiers to players he's probably better than. Judd Trump was the same. It took him a while to get through. He was playing, you know, journeyman professionals in qualifiers and losing. But of course now we know what he is. He's there and he's an established player. And I think Luca will go the same way. Give him a year, he'll be in more finals and he'll be winning tournaments. And we're speaking about him as you know, one of the best players from this part of the world, Europe, you know, continental Europe there's ever been. And you know, only Tony Drago, a Maltese player, has ever been in a ranking tournament final before, who's not from Britain and Ireland. So we've got a new one coming along now.
Yeah, of course, finishing line can be twitchy prospect.
It is if you, I was going to say it is if your name's Martin Gould, because he has lost a lot of matches.
But he has won a few as well. He has won a few as well, albeit not a ranking tournament.
But I can't see tonight being the case.
No,
I think he's come of age this week.
OK, let's go back to the auditorium. One frame needed for Martin Gould.
So we're waiting for the players to return. Martin Gould in a very, very strong position at 8-4. I do think that frame before the interval was significant because, of course, the way he'd lost the previous frame, if he'd have gone 7-5, I'm sure there would have been a bit of doubt creeping in. But 8-4, he's now just got to kill it off. Sounds easy, doesn't it? But still got to do it.
Thank you.
But all the pressure on BRECEL here, 8-4 down.
Martin Gould
was hoping to make a good start to the evening. It didn't happen.
He's pushed this red over the right corner. And because the cue ball's close to the cushion, it's not easy to stun around the back of the black. Oh, great pot. What a great pot. And that was a nice little rub on that red. Kept the cue ball away from the cushion. But deserved a little bit of luck for such a great pot. He's potted some belters this week.
There are a lot of tournaments these days, but if you get on a run of bad results, it can be pretty demoralising. Martin Gould has been in the top 16 before, but not for a few years. He's going to return there tomorrow. And if he stays there after the China Open, he'll be at the Crucible for sure at the World Championship. So there's a big prize in the offing.
Yes, because anybody outside the top 16 have to play 3 matches. So nobody is guaranteed. Black's available to both pockets.
12.
Only just got through his first match this week. He beat Mark Williams 5-4. Ben Wollaston 5-0. Then, of course, the big result really over Judd Trump in the quarterfinals in a decider. And then yesterday 6-2 over an underperforming Graham Dott. He's been in that group for a while of players who are brought up when the question is asked who's the best player not to win a ranking title. And it looks like he's about to remove his name from that list.
Yes, well, he's always been good enough, that's for sure. Now he might just go into that cluster. He's got the insurance of that loose red. Nicely played, and he's brought it away. 4 reds out.
26.
Always good to build a lead in the frame that you need to win.
Well, it's only a few weeks since he completely collapsed the UK Championship against David Grace from 5-1 up in the quarterfinals. But this week in Berlin, Martin Gould has proved something to the snooker world and to himself, that he can do it.
That tip doesn't look very healthy, does it? I think that's the first thing that he'll be changing as soon as this tournament's over.
34.
Well, he can probably afford a new tip with the €80,000 first prize.
$35.
Well, he's the wrong side of the blue. Well, he played that well, coming around for this red to the middle or the corner. Again, great recovery shot, nicely onto the black, and the perfect angle to come around for the 2 reds. Doesn't want to finish hampered on the red, and he's okay, it's just come past it.
48.
So is this going to be the shot? Just having a look to make sure there's no plants into the middle pocket. He's on the red to the middle, but he's not ideal. This is tough.
56.
I may even take it to the corner. It's a good lead, 56 points, and a good safety shot. Keeping the pressure well and truly on Luca BRECEL.
Yes, Martin Gould, the former casino croupier, he's holding all the cards here in this match. 8-4, 56-0. And another chance.
Yes, he knew he'd hit it too thick as soon as he struck the cue ball.
Well, it starts with one good pot here. He's 56-0 up. The Reds lying nicely.
Well, this is a tough pot. But if it goes in, could win him this final. It wasn't easy. So, a life for Luca BRECEL.
Well, every chance. There's not a safe ball on the table. But it's not as simple as that, of course, at this stage of a major final.
Seven.
Yes, he just screwed that one. Wants to go up for the blue.
8. Thirteen. 14.
He's one of those players, he's been coached, yes, but you can still see the natural ability when he's playing.
20. 21.
As David said, there's nothing too difficult, but
27.
he knows if he misses any one of them, it's over.
28. 35.
You'd like to be closer to this red, nearest the middle pocket. Didn't quite have the angle on the pink to get the cue ball close to the red.
42. 43.
It does have a slight angle on the pink to be able to get to the yellow.
Well, he played an horrific safety But the red he left Gould was tough. He needed the rest.
49.
Just stayed out. Now BRECEL has the colours on their spots to extend this final.
51.
Leads down to the pink.
It needs to slow down.
58.
Doesn't want to be straight on this blue, or the wrong side of it. And I think it's slightly the wrong side. So instead of an easy pink, it's a pressure pink.
63.
Pink for 8-5. Damage was done
63.
from brown to blue.
The importance of being the right side of the blue. It makes such a difference because you're playing with that disappointment inside of you. The thing is that the pink could have gone anywhere. Chose to go safe. And he's coming down to look at the potted angle. This would be a good one. And that's a good one.
It sure is. It sure is. Second chance, he knocks it in, and he's still in this. Martin Gould led 56-0 in that frame, but Luca BRECEL has won it on the pink to keep the final alive. So Gould still one away from victory. He leads now here at the Tempodrome by 8 frames to 5. Welcome back to the Tempodrome in Berlin. The German Masters final still going. Martin Gould was in front in the last frame, but Luca BRECEL won it on the pink. It's 8-5.
Luca BRECEL to break.
Gould still needs one for victory.
Just one moment, please.
Well, there's some sort of disturbance. Don't know whether someone's been taken ill in the crowd. Well, in fact, someone has been, so there's just going to be a slight delay here while they're assisted. Real hard-working team here at the Tempodrome. I'm sure they'll take care of the individual who's been taken ill. I can tell you they're walking out, so hopefully they'll be fine. It is quite warm in here. It's not unknown for people to pass out.
That was a handy little kiss on the green, because he'd hit it too hard.
Foul. And miss.
Yes, I don't think it'll
Martin
be going
Gould
back
four.
though. This time he pots it. The rest. Had he done that in the last frame, he'd have probably been holding the trophy by now. And to hit it by some distance.
8.
Good recovery shot, but that cue ball needs to bounce a lot. Oh, can he pop this green, going to the reds?
Martin Gould, 12.
It's one of those long pots again. And there's not really a safety shot on. Another great pot. And he's got the right side of the blue.
4 hours playing time, another long ball thumped in by Martin Gould. 70%, that's really good for 13 and a bit frames of snooker. And that's good as well, 92% on the overall pot success. That's not so good, though, at first glance.
Well, he may have the red by the black spot.
6.
Didn't look good for a moment. Well, maybe you can't see it looking at the safety. He can. Yeah, good recovery.
7.
Well, it would have been a bit harsh. I mean, he's got into them nicely. But sometimes you don't land on one. But anyway, he was on that one.
There's the pink spot. It does. He'd have liked it to have gone onto the black spot. It's okay, the pink will go to the middle. Can play for the pink to the middle with that red.
14.
This is what he did in the last frame. He built a nice lead.
20.
And then that man nearly got a good clearance, missed the pink. Knocked in a very good pink. He's under-hit it, but he's well the wrong side, so he should be able to come in and out of boat. Just one red either side of the pink, either side of that cluster. We'll go to both corners. The red behind the pink. He's short of pace.
26.
And this is a tough one. Thought if you come down the right side of the table, there's a red just behind the pink that would go. If he's too hard, the other red. That's an excellent recovery shot. Not a great angle on the middle pocket. Had to dig deep for that one. And we could push the green to the cushion, try and land up behind the brown.
Green ball. Martin Gould, 27.
Yeah. I think I'd have preferred a ball on the cushion. It's how you see the shot out there. Want the angle. And although this red is on to the right corner, there's no easy way to get to a colour. This has got to be a good shot.
That was the problem, wasn't it? Getting on a colour.
Yeah, full marks for taking the shot on and not avoiding it.
43-0 to Gould. It was 56-0 to Gould in the previous frame. BRECEL won that on the pink.
He's thinking of taking the red on to the left corner. Got to avoid that red on the right side cushion. Where's it going to finish? Well, there goes the pink.
Martin Gould,
Where does
6.
the pink go? So this red to the middle to give Martin Gould a great chance. Just preparing himself.
He's back in. And it's not just about these next few minutes, it's about all the years he's put in. You can't win every match you play. There's been a lot of setbacks along the way. Came close in Australia, of course, lost in the decider in the final to John Higgins this season. But he has another chance to win it here.
Six.
This is the shot for me. If this goes in and he's on the pink. He's just settled himself. So this is the big shot. Can get that cue ball out for the pink. That's all he'd need.
Here we go then. The pink to leave. BRECEL needing a snooker. And it's in. And he's nicely on this red as well. And the pressure now starting to lift off his shoulders. And I know one thing, there are a few better arenas anywhere on the circuit to win your first major title than this Tempodrome, because they're going to be on their feet in a few minutes for this man, and he thoroughly deserves it. His positivity tonight, right from the start, came out going for everything and getting most of them. Really admirable. So he leads 70-0. It's 3 snookers needed.
Martin Gould, 21.
Assuming he does win, Joe, what a great achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did it in style, didn't he? Like you said, he went for his shots, wasn't afraid to go for them, tried to win rather than not try to lose. You've got to take your hat off to him, the way he's done it. Had that gone in, I think we'd have been shaking hands. And I don't blame BRECEL for playing on. 3 snookers, or 1 snooker with a free ball.
It's been great to see him in a final. He's still only 20, Luca BRECEL. He's got time on his side. But surely it's over now. And this is just a question of enjoying the little victory lap. And they're going to clap every ball here. The crowd here make the atmosphere just great for these players.
8.
And isn't it kind of Luca to let him play out instead of just offering his hand?
But the hand's surely going to come now. We've long been waiting for him to make the breakthrough, and now the pinner potter, Martin Gould, is the master in Berlin. They're on their feet. For Martin Gould, he wins his first world ranking title. It's been a long time coming, but he's finally going to get his hands on a major trophy. He beats Luca BRECEL by 9 frames to 5. Rolf Kalby's going to conduct the interviews, and he will translate them back into German for the crowd.
Well, Luca, okay, runner-up, but still you had a great week here in Berlin, a great tournament, your first ever ranking tournament, so congratulations to this, and playing at that venue with such an audience. I think you can take a lot of positives out of this week.
Yeah, sure. Result-wise, it was a great week. Performance-wise, it wasn't very good, but not playing good and getting to the final is good, I suppose.
Ja, sagt, gutes Ergebnis am Ende. Aber er findet, so gut hat er nicht gespielt, aber okay, nicht so gut gespielt, trotzdem Finale erreicht. Ist ja auch was wert. What made the difference today? Some mistakes here and there, or a little bit too risky?
Yeah, just a lot of mistakes, and Martin, he punished me, he did what he had to do. And yeah, he's such a good putter. He's one of the best I ever seen. So yeah, he deserved to win, yeah.
Sagt ja also, zu viele Fehler gemacht, und das hat Martin bestraft, so wie der gelocht hat. Einer der besten in Sachen Lochspiel, den er je gesehen hat. But Luca, I'm sure we will also see a continental European champion named Luca BRECEL, the way you played. Luca BRECEL, meine Damen und Herren. Martin, congratulations. You're in the winner circle. Ranking title winner number 54 in the history of snooker.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's been unbelievable. I've worked so hard for this, and now, like the last month or so, I put in so much hard work. I just felt so good for this week. In fact, it was that good that I actually booked my return flight for Monday, because I just felt that something was going to happen this week.
Großartig. Also er sagt, fantastisch, wie er gespielt hat. Er hat so viel Arbeit reingesteckt in den letzten Wochen, das hat sich hier bezahlt gemacht. Und sein Selbstbewusstsein war so groß, dass er seinen Rückflug von vornherein erst für Montag gebucht hat. Martin, I think today you did the damage, let's say in the last frame of the first session and the first frames of the evening session, and especially the first frames of the evening were really imperial. You seem to be absolutely in the zone.
Yeah, I was. The start of the match was a bit scrappy. We were both very nervy, tension, all sorts. I'd just like to say it's been a great week for Luca, and no doubt about it, he will definitely win multiple tournaments. He's too good a player not to have done so yet, but he will do one day.
Ja, der Beginn des Finals sei ja ein bisschen wackelig gewesen, sagt aber auch Kompliment an Luca, und auch er ist der Meinung, Luca wird sicherlich Titel irgendwann im Laufe seiner Karriere gewinnen. Er sei einfach zu gut dafür. Martin, the victory must be especially sweet, as you not only beat Luca in today's final, but also a lot of big names on your way to the final.
Yeah, definitely. I had to play Mark Williams, Ben Williston, Judd, Graham Dott, and then, of course, Luca in the final. So I haven't had an easy run. I've played well all week. I've had slices of luck when I've needed it, and yeah, I'm delighted. It's not quite sunk in properly yet, but I'm sure it will do soon. But it's nice to actually have my name in the winner's enclosure.
Er sagt, also es war sicherlich kein leichter Weg, aber gerade das macht es natürlich besonders toll. Er habe auch in der einen oder anderen Situation mal ein bisschen Glück gehabt, aber jetzt auch zu den Siegern zu gehören, fühlt sich toll an, auch wenn er es noch gar nicht richtig realisiert hat. And you're back in the top 16 of the rankings.
Fantastic. I'd just like to say a couple of thank yous. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to Stephen Feeney, my coach. Me and him have done some severe work over the last year or so. All of his sight-right technology has been fantastic. It's helped me a hell of a lot. I can't praise him enough. He's been fantastic. I'd like to thank everyone at Riley's Watford as well. Their support, everything that they do for me is just second to none, especially Chris, the manager. He's been great. And lastly, I'd just like to say a big thank you to my dad, who'd be sitting at home. He can't watch it because he hasn't got Eurosport, but I'm sure he's dancing around the room, giving it big time. And also to my sister. My sister will be at home probably crying her eyes out right now.
Also, er dankt seinem Trainer, er dankt seinem Club, er dankt seinem Vater, der zu Hause sitzt, nicht Eurosport schauen kann, aber mit dem Preisgeld kann er dann ja vielleicht was regeln. Und der bestimmt um den Tisch herum tanzt, genauso wie seine Schwester. Congratulations once again and thank you for your performance. Martin Gould, meine Damen und Herren.
Yes, we can take Martin Gould's name off that list of the best players not to have won a ranking title. He's joined the club here in Berlin. And he played really well in the end to do it. Potted some really crucial balls along the way. To present the prizes, we'll have Chloe Zeng, the commercial director of the sponsors, 918.com, and Thomas Sessal, Chief Executive of Dragon Stars, the promoters.
Bitte begrüßen Sie für die Siegerehrung Chloe Zeng, Commercial Director von 918.com und der Geschäftsführer von Dragon Stars Event Management, Thomas Sessal.
This tournament takes a bit of organising. But my word, it pays off, doesn't it? What a wonderful week it's been again here in Berlin. Just the formalities now of the
Meine Damen und
trophy
Herren,
presentations.
der Vize-Champion beim 918.com German Masters 2016 aus Belgien, Luca BRECEL.
His first final, something tells me it won't be his last. Turns 21 next month, he's got plenty of time and he can take the positives from this experience here this week.
Der Sieger und ein echter Champion des 918.com German Masters 2016 heißt Martin Gould.
But there can only be one winner, and in 2016, it's Martin Gould. You heard in the interview just what it meant to him. He's back in the top 16, and who's to say there won't be more trophies in the years to come for the Londoner. So it's Martin Gould taking that trophy back home to Pinner. He's the winner of the 2016 German Masters.
Congratulations to Martin Gould. He's waited a while for that. The Pinner Potter. I'm sure it tastes all the sweeter for the wait. My thanks, of course, to Joe Johnson and Dave Hendon. And while we're at it, of course, to Philip Studd and Mike Hallett, all part of the commentary team. Neil Robertson as well, who's been with us for part of the week. But it's his week, really. Martin Gould. Luca BRECEL certainly has done his career and prospects no harm. A runners-up check won't hurt either. And he will, as Martin so graciously said in his interview with Rolf. Luca BRECEL, I'm sure, will enjoy this moment himself before too long, but Martin Gould will savour this, I'm sure. I'm sure he will. Ronnie O'Sullivan, Jimmy White, Neil Foulds alongside me watching on. Ronnie, you've experienced that plenty of times, but when it's the first time, I'm sure it's all the sweeter, isn't it?
Yeah, first one's unbelievable, because you don't really think it's ever going to happen, and when it does happen you think, is this really happening? And then, like you say, you know, he said it probably won't sink in for a while. And it won't, you know, he'll probably get up tomorrow and think, wow, and then 2 or 3 days later he'll be like, you know, I've done it, you know. So fantastic for him, you know. He's been playing some great snooker for a long time, and he deserves his win, you know. And he's had some really unbelievable losses from big leads, and tonight, you know, it looked like, you know, was it going to go again? But he held himself together brilliantly, and that should be a big monkey off his back now. And you know, no one will want to draw him in Sheffield, especially after the way he's been playing this season and in his tournament.
I'm sure he will be pinching himself a little while, Jim, but he's earned that.
Absolutely. Obviously, he was playing fantastic in the UK. He lost from 5-1 up to David Grace to get into the semi-finals, Mr. Stats. So, you know, he probably would have had a big chance of getting into the final to play Neil Robertson. Not saying he'd have beat Neil Robertson, but he's obviously took that form. It's only the Masters that he wasn't in, and then he's took that form here. So he's played well, and he said he booked his flight home on Monday. So very confident lad. Well done.
Absolutely. And actually, I think you spoke to him earlier in the week. He'd already picked up 1 or maybe 2 good wins at that point that you spoke to him, and he talked about how much hard work he'd put in over the last couple of months now.
Yeah, he's obviously worked very hard. He deserves everything he's got, and he's a player who has, you know, he's been through the ups and downs. You know, he was playing league snooker about 10 years ago. I can't remember the exact year. Went off the tour, just playing in the local Harrow District League. Obviously, he was very good, winning all the individuals in that area. And he just was back playing as strictly as an amateur. So it's a great meteoric rise back to up to the top. Of course, he's been in the 16. I don't know who the last ranking player to win with glasses. Wears glasses. I was trying to think about that a minute ago. I put it on Twitter.
Dennis?
Yeah, it could be Dennis.
Dennis obviously springs to mind.
Joe Johnson who was wearing them. But somebody wears glasses. It's been donkey's years since somebody did that. It's just a piece of pointless trivia.
Yeah.
You know, most of the time
We're
people
like that,
do
mate.
something about it, have laser surgery or lenses. But Martin, you know, he's that's how he is.
We rely on you for that kind of
Why are
trivia.
you laughing, Jimmy?
What are you going on about then?
It's a simple question. Do you know the answer? No.
No. Dennis Taylor, 85. I can't think of anyone else.
All right. Well, there's the answer then.
Glasses or not, he'll have enjoyed it, I'm sure, and will enjoy in the days to come. And the fact that it was actually in a prestigious tournament in front of a massive crowd who love their snooker, who kind of ride along with it, that'll mean all the more. This isn't just any old tournament.
All the players been saying, and us being pundits here, we've not played here. Ronnie's played it. I've played exhibitions here. I've actually played in a tournament. Ronnie lost last year, I think, in the semi-finals. It's one of them great venues where it doesn't matter where you are in the venue, you can see all the tables. So for him to win his first ranking tournament in a venue like this, you know, it's a great accolade for him.
It is. We've picked out some of the excellent plays produced over the...
Yeah, his long potting's unbelievable. That one there, this green, and clean as a whistle as well. They're going in the wide part of the pocket. They're not rattling. Green down the cushion.
That was to go 2-1 up, wasn't it? Big shot.
Pressure blue, misses, he leaves him in, bang in the middle of the hole. Red's in the middle, at pace. Nice little kiss on the black. This is the shot I was telling you about. I mean, he never missed one of these all day.
No.
Great control of splitting the pack and keeping the white in the middle of the table. That long blue, standard for him. This one again, that type of round the back of the black. This was easy, we discussed this one earlier.
Yeah. Easy if you're a good player.
Like that shot there, just digging down and coming around the back of the balls. You know, and he's not playing back to bulk, he's playing right down the blue spot. You know, that's how confident he is, you know. And a big fist pump there, he's mega relieved, you know, because he didn't know that everyone's talking about on the circuit that, you know, he's been twitching a bit over the finish line. You would. I mean, you can't keep stuff like that quiet. And for him to do that, that's basically just gone to everyone, right, you can be quiet now, I've won a major tournament.
And does that change your outlook as a player, Jim? You've been in that position. Does that make you that little bit more of a believer?
When you've won your first ranking tournament, you know, then you're a contender for every other ranking tournament's going. So you've joined the club of winning a major, and that's his first one. He's won a PTC, he won the Power Snooker and the Shootout, but they're not really tournaments. This is a big tournament, it's a ranking tournament, and he's now, as he says, got the monkey off his back, and he's a contender for everyone.
And speaking of which, no one will particularly want to draw him in the next few tournaments, will they?
He'll be really confident now, and I mean, that accolade of best player not to win the ranking tournament, we mentioned Ryan Day. Of course, Martin was probably that person as well. That's not really a title you want. You just want to win one, and now he has. And so, I'm not saying, I don't think he'll win every week. He's not going to be that sort of a player, really. You know, he has his moments, and but a bit more confidence now.
Very dangerous,
a bit like a Hawkins.
Yeah.
He's got that type of game, very efficient.
He'll win occasionally.
You know, and great, very, very, very good players.
Yeah, and obviously automatically qualifies now for Sheffield. That's important. Doesn't have to play those three matches to get there.
He can buy his dad some subscription there so he can watch it on Eurosport.
Absolutely.
Poor dad didn't see a ball.
He'd have gone around his mate's house or something.
That suggests a winner's on the way. Well done, mate.
Cheers.
Well done.
Well done, mate. Cheers, mate. Well done. Nice one. Cheers.
Well done. Well done.
Feels good?
Feels fantastic.
Yeah.
Finally get that monkey off me back.
I was going to say, is it almost like...
Yeah, he's gone now.
The weight?
Like he's gone for a walk.
Really?
Yeah, it's just when at 8-4, when I'm like made 50 odd, and then he's dished, I'm just thinking to myself, oh, here we go. Don't tell me this is going to like fall apart again. But I just kept myself positive and just basically the game plan this evening was to go for everything. Yeah. Because I know if from the first couple of shots that I had this evening, the way that I was crunching them in, I was like, I'm on one tonight, and I was ready for the job. So it was just a matter of making sure I got the 4 frames that I needed, which I did. So.
Your dad's been on. He wants a subscription to Eurosport from the winnings. Is that okay?
He probably wants a lot more than that. But yeah.
No, but that's nice, isn't it? It's nice that.
Yeah.
It's not just for you, it's for the people around you, isn't it?
I've had so many messages, not just on Facebook, Twitter, but from back home, text messages. The last couple of days I've kind of tried to zone it all out and tried only really text family, just say thank you, etc. But I had to try and leave social media alone because you tend to start seeing things that you don't want to see. But yeah, I kept myself fully zoned in, ready.
In the bubble, and it worked.
Yeah.
And this, when it sinks in, when it settles, you might be a different person. You might take this into every game and tournament you now enter.
I hope so. That's the plan. Yeah, it's one of those with me. Ronnie will probably know as well. Like I've had a bit of a history where I do tend to produce some really good snooker for a long period of time, and then I disappear off the zone. But lately, I just feel that everything is just falling into place, and like I've put in a lot of hard work in the whole of January. I was in the club as much as I could get into the club, and it's nice to see that the practice form is coming out into the matches, so long may it continue.
That's what it boils down to, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, everyone knows what a good player Martin is. You know, he scores and he's very, very attacking. You need to be in the modern game, and I just think, you know, now he's won a tournament. You know, he can win any tournament. He can win at Sheffield. You know, he's got that efficient way about him. It's not always the greatest players that win the World Championship. It's the most consistent and the people that just keep churning session out after session. And like a bit like Matthew Stevens, you know, he's got that type of game. Barry Hawkins, they just keep, you know, and he might play a odd bad frame, but he'll quickly recover. Whereas Luca today played quite a few bad frames. Couldn't afford to do that against someone like Martin, who's just going to keep punishing you.
Well, that was something that I've worked on, like temperament-wise. Like if I lose a frame that I should never lose from 50, 60 in front, I've learned how to try and forget all about that and just concentrate on the next one. I did that this afternoon when 4-2 up. Should have gone 5-2, and then I made a ton to go 5-3 to end the session. So, and the same again in that last frame there. So, that's something that you can't really teach, but it's just nice that I've got that in my mind that I can bounce back when I need to.
Yeah, you can just put your head on the pillow when everyone's done with you and think, I'm a champion.
I will be very surprised if I get much sleep tonight.
Really?
I will be. Yeah, I'll be on too much of a high.
Surfing.
Yeah.
Well done, well played, and we look forward to many more performances, and who knows, maybe trophies and checks, who knows. Welsh Open, obviously the next on the agenda for us and for you, so well done you. Well done to Martin Gould, thank you very much, of course, to Mr. O'Sullivan, to Mr. White.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank
both.
you.
And of course, to my stats man and supporter-in-chief, Mr. Folds, who's looked after me all week. So, I hope you've enjoyed what's been quite a revealing tournament, really. Snooker is in a healthy state. Luca BRECEL, certainly one of the young breed that's threatening to offer some opposition to the established guard. And Martin Gould now in the winner's circle. He is your German Masters champion. See you.